won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Staba and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt in the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes right. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody's single. They come toward the main straightaway. Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They looked for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Power tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third. Then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in the turn number 3, Mustang.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with the slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti. Then Scott Dixon. Then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 set sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft. Carpenter going into 1.
And Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will
China,
make the
Chinese
pass
chicken.
again. And Marco Andretti
awesome.
number 3 spot.
Thank
He
you.
may want number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move. 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter Ray leads in Indy.
Turn number 800 is upon us. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter Ray to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter Ray that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter Ray has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year to get his 4th victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close in the back.
From the Firestone broadcast booth, it's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
The timing is perfect because the green flag is flying here on the streets of St. Petersburg as we get ready for the Mazda Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by Peninsula Pipeline. I'm Mark James, happy to be joined by Nick Yeoman. And Nick, what a difference a day makes. Yesterday's schedule disrupted, disjointed a little bit because of some inclement weather. Quite a bit of rain through the afternoon and evening hours, but it's given way to cooler temperatures, not a cloud in the sky, and it's one of the things that we become accustomed to here this race weekend in St. Petersburg. Beautiful Florida weather.
Yeah, and selfishly, Rob Howden and I kind of enjoyed that practice session because it got us an opportunity to talk and meet with a lot of these drivers for the first time, but certainly we want to see race cars out on the racetrack, especially with this brand new Dallara IL-15 chassis. That first practice session yesterday morning was a lot of fun to watch, and it's time to go qualifying, Mark.
Well, Rob Howden yesterday, one of the newcomers to the Indy Lights series, Carlin Racing, found themselves at the top of the grid. They have come loaded for bear this 2015 campaign.
Yeah, you know, we can't be surprised that they are going to be here and going to be strong in this Indy Lights program this year. They're obviously a top team from Europe. They know the Dallara chassis. They know the car. They know all the techniques of it. So I expect them to be strong. And, of course, two great drivers, too. Ed Jones, a young driver that many are touting as one of the drivers to look for the championship here. And, of course, Max Chilton as well, the ex-Malrussia F1 driver. They have a great squad, a great group of drivers and the technical staff. This is going to be impressive. I'm hoping that the rest of the field here is able to step up and challenge them here today.
Yeah, they're not the only newcomers to the series, but Nick Yeoman, we also have a pretty solid stable of returnees in terms of teams. We have a lot of new faces this year, no question, but there certainly are some familiar names returning to Indy Lights, most notably Jack Harvey, who's back with Schmidt-Peterson.
Yeah, for those maybe joining us for the first time this weekend, there are a few more names that are still around. Certainly from the team side, Belardi Autosport is back. They've got two cars with Juan Pedro Hita, who returns for his sophomore season, and a rookie in Felix Sorales in their number 4 car. Schmidt-Peterson is back. They've got 4 cars with some very talented drivers. Scott Anderson pilots one of those cars. He was with Fan Force United a year ago. He's back for his sophomore season. And as you mentioned, Jack Harvey back as well. Good to see Matthew Brabham back in the series as well. But, Mark, it looks like we've gone red on the racetrack.
Turn 14, the car of Shelby Blackstock has brought out the caution flag, so that disrupts this 30-minute session. The car on the runoff area in 4. It's the 71 machine of Ringel, and it looks like Shelby Blackstock has actually backed the car into the wall, and that's not a positive beginning. You don't want to create unnecessary work for your race team, Nick, because this is a doubleheader weekend. They'll race this afternoon.
Yeah, and we see the 71 of Ethan Ringel. He has returned to the racetrack after he got into the runoff. But yeah, that's not a good start for Shelby Blackstock. Looking for speed, that entire Schmidt-Peterson organization, they had the bottom 3, 11th, 12th, and 13th yesterday with Scott Anderson, R.C. Enerson, and Ethan Ringel. Shelby Blackstock down there in 10th for Andretti Autosports. So not a good start for him. Hopefully they can get that car repaired and back to pit lane so he can put in a couple good laps.
Well, the multi-camera monitor that we have at our booth gives us, Rob Howden, a view of what is a magnificent skyline here at St. Petersburg. And Rob, noticeably cooler and windy. Or update us on the weather conditions to start this qualifying session.
You know, we had a rough one yesterday. All these drivers are really dying to get on the racetrack with this new Dallara IL-15. They wanted to get some sessions in, but of course the second session yesterday scuttled with all the rain that we had. There really was no reason for these guys to go out in the rainy conditions and knowing that we're going to have great weather today and tomorrow. About 61 degrees down here on pit lane here right now. Beautiful blue skies, a little bit of cloud cover. The sun is out. A little bit of wind coming in as well, but otherwise just a fantastic day here in St. Petersburg. This is the day that these guys wanted to get out in these race cars and really feel what it's like to qualify and, of course, to go wheel-to-wheel later today.
We see the best of the business. Hamatro safety crew is talking with Shelby Blackstock as we speak. We can see the in-car camera view of the top of his head. The visor
Stark contrast in terms of how much they know about this racetrack. Pedro Hita ran here in USF 2000 for 2 years. He ran here in Pro Mazda for 2 years, and he has a year in Indy Lights as well. For Sorales, under the same camp, same temp, same race car, he's never been here before. So the level, when I talked to those guys in the hauler yesterday, Pedro Hita was relaxed. He was calm. Felix, a little pensive. He really wants to get as much seat time as he can to catch up. But there's a really good look at the contrast in terms of experience of the drivers up and down this pit lane.
No question. When you talk about this chassis and the influence it's going to have and the new power plant combination, you got to believe that, Sam Schmidt and Andretti Autosport, and even perhaps Brian Bellardi's operation, I guess whatever advantage their previous data had is just not worth much to them, Nick, and that explains why a team like Carlin, as you heard Trevor say yesterday, their familiarity with Dallara and their chassis development, I'd say it's a blank slate in terms of people having any sort of an advantage coming into the season.
Yeah, it's certainly, and that's what you heard many drivers and team owners say, that the constant theme was clean slate. Everything's been wiped clean. It is a new car that the drivers can drive deeper into the corners. It's got more power. Certainly, some of these drivers still getting up to speed with the Cooper tires. It's just the second year that Indy Lights has been running on Cooper tires, so it's new for everybody, and that level of the playing field, I think it makes it a lot of fun.
Edward Jones continues P1, the time 106.5828. Piggott, Hargrove, Kaiser, Brabham, your top five, and Dave First. Shelby Blackstock just exited pit road. He's been sitting there a long time after that visit to the turn 14 wall.
Yeah, what was that? About 10 minutes or so. So the Nashville, Tennessee native now back on the race course. Had a couple of legendary mechanics from Andretti Autosport pouring over that machine. Dave Populars, of course, is the team manager. Longtime mechanic Steve Price was there, too, for Andretti Autosport. So the number 51, Shelby Blackstock, now with about 15 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, now back on the track.
Boy, Mark,
he had yet to post a time.
And he's just trying to get out of the way right now. I just saw Jack Harvey have to make a really aggressive move to get around him as Blackstock goes out on the racetrack, just trying to get back up to speed, get those tires up to temp. And certainly guys like Jack Harvey are out there trying to turn some fast laps. So that's got to be a pretty uncomfortable feeling for Mr. Blackstock. A, you visit the wall. B, you have your team have to hustle to get the car fixed, and then you got to go back out there with guys that are certainly out on the racetrack going full song.
Busy day for us here today. We'll get a bit of a break after this session wraps up at the top of the hour, then we'll rejoin you at 12:30 Eastern. We'll have the final practice session for the Verizon IndyCar Series. That'll be from 12:30 until 1:15, and then the first of the weekend doubleheader for the Indy Lights. The Lights race will take the air at 2:25. I'll be joined in the booth by our driver analyst. Returning to the booth this season, Davey Hamilton will join us. We'll have Jake Query, Nick Yeoman out on the course, and Rob Houghton and Dave First on pit road. Now, we have a familiar name tentatively scheduled to join us in the booth. We don't want to jinx it by mentioning it, but it's someone who has some familiarity with the Indy Lights, and be nice to have him in the booth with us this afternoon, and we'll share that with you if and when he's able to work it into his schedule. And then, of course, I'm really anxious for IndyCar qualifying. That Fast 6 qualifying, Firestone Fast 6 should be ultra exciting.
And it's so much fun, especially the first race of the season, to see those IndyCar guys go out on those Firestone alternate reds for the first time, because it's a softer compound. It's something that nobody gets to practice on, nobody gets to test on, and to see who can jump on those quick tires with all these new levels of downforce with these aero kits, who can really lay down some quick laps. It's going to be fun, but we're not done quite yet here in Indy Lights, are we, Rob?
No, Nick, the drivers here at the Juncos Racing pits, Spencer Piggott and Kyle Kaiser, currently sitting third and fourth. Kaiser third, Piggott in the fourth spot right now, putting on brand new Cooper tires. They're getting ready to go for their second run here. Both of these drivers strong in the Fast Five.
Jones, Chilton, the top two, and if that sounds familiar, that's pretty much the way the session wrapped up yesterday, with Jones P1, Chilton P2, then Kaiser, Piggott, Hargrove, your top five. Brabham back on pit road. Harvey, Sorales is on pit road. Anderson, Ringel, Petrahita, and Blackstock. Dave, first, when those cars come to pit road, any particular place they're looking? Rear wing, front wing, shocks? What sort of adjustments, if any, have you gotten a view of those guys making on pit road?
I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen many adjustments other than the crew chiefs talking to the driver, but more importantly, I think what they really want is some fresh rubber. These teams can use up to 3 sets of tires during qualifying. I doubt they're going to get to that third one or so, but what the plan is, is to at least, back time it, if you will, to use a DJ term. You want to have the best shot at a great qualifying lap about the second lap or so on a fresh set of tires. So you figure we got about 10 minutes or so left in qualifying. They come in at this point, put on a fresh set of tires, get back out there, and, get that best qualifying, that flyer, if you will, with about 2 or 3 minutes left here in this qualifying session.
So, Rob, we can only assume that tires should not be an issue for either race for these race teams. Can we credit that second session yesterday essentially being washed out as changing the strategy a bit about tires going into the two races?
Mark, I actually talked to the Indy Lights tech director, Butch Winkle, about that last night at dinner. He said these guys are wide open now. They get 4 sets of tires for the weekend plus a carryover from their testing. So they had 5 sets to use, only 5 sessions, of course, with that one session yesterday getting scuttled. These guys have lots of tires. Tires will not be an issue. It'll be fresh rubber for the rest of the weekend.
10 minutes remaining in this session. It's Jones, Chilton, Hargrove, Kaiser, and Piggott. By the way, Piggott lost his last lap. He didn't slow in the yellow zone, so he got a little chastising from race control. Harvey is P6, Brabham, Anderson, Sorrellis, Anderson, Ringel, Pedrahita, and Blackstock. And look at all those blue P's on timing and scoring here.
Time.
All of those cars on pit road getting ready for the all-skate, and this is appears to be the last gasp to get off one good flyer.
Certainly looks like it. And tip of the cap to all these teams and engineers. You want to talk about getting up to speed. Yesterday's first practice session, actually, it was at the exact same time of day. It was right at about 9:30 when we went green flag for that first pit session or for first practice session. And the fastest times we saw were all in the minute 7 range, Mark. And as I look at the scoring sheet over there, the top 9 all in the minute 6. And our fastest time so far, Ed Jones, is all the way down at a minute 5. So Rob Howden, all those cars making their way to pit lane, we should see speeds pick up even more here in the next 5 minutes.
Well, Nick Dave obviously said that not a lot of adjustments being made, and that's true. I'm looking here at Scott Hargrove's number 8, the 8-star car, the BC Pit Crew sponsored entry. No adjustment to that car, but Kyle Kaiser, the number 18, they did make a front wing adjustment on that race car. So Kaiser's sitting in the top 5 right now, a little front wing adjustment to get better balance. Let's go over to Dave first here on pit lane.
Yeah, and Ed Jones, after he gets a fresh set of tires, he's back out there now to make that flying qualifying run to see if he can win pole here for this race this afternoon. Max Chilton just stopping in as well. And, yeah, no adjustments for Max as well. In fact, this is one of the great things about this new chassis. The engineers come over, they plug their computers into the car to download all the information and put on the fresh set of tires. I guarantee you Max Chilton's going to be out here in the next 30 seconds. Says, yep, they're going to fire up this machine here momentarily.
Yeah, they continue to chase the folks at Carlin Racing, Nick Yeoman. Jones and Chilton continue 1-2. Hargrove, Kaiser, Piggott, your top 5. Harvey getting a few last-minute adjustments on pit road, along with R.C. Anderson. Brabham is slotted into the 7th position. He's on the course. Sorrellis is 9th quick. Then Pedrahita, Anderson, Ringel, and Shelby Blackstock, of course. He's got quite a hole to climb out of. I mean, they made the repairs to the rear wing and got him back out, but because of bringing out that red flag, he loses a fast lap and essentially has to start all over again. Right now he finds himself in the 13th position, and as we say that in turn 14, some issues for the 71 of Ethan Ringel.
And as I'm watching these cars go around the track, Mark, I think some of these guys are going to have to space themselves out a little bit. I see quite a few cars running nose to tail. I saw Matthew Brabham right on the back of one of the Carlin Racing cars, and about 7 or 8 car lengths back was Kyle Kaiser. They're making their way through turns 13 and 14. So I think some of these drivers maybe going to have to get off the gas and give themselves a little time. And then one of the guys that we thought was a threat for the pole, Jack Harvey, still on pit lane waiting to go here as the clock is ticked down to 7.5 minutes to go.
And we see Rob Howden staring directly at the number 42 machine. Any sense, Rob, as to what they're doing?
Yeah, they're going to work on the rear of this car. They're actually just putting the cowl back on the number 42 of Jack Harvey. It looked like a push rod adjustment, something definitely in the rear shock. By the time I got here, they were almost done. But it looked like a little push rod adjustment on the number 42 of Harvey. A little more aggressive in terms of tuning here for this Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports team.
Proverbial sand trickling out of the hourglass on this session, if you will, Nick Yeoman. We're getting ready to go under 7 minutes remaining in this session. Again, we lost 4 minutes due to a red flag very early on. What are we looking at if you get yourself a decent gap, which guys still don't seem to be able to find with any consistency? You're looking at maybe maybe 2 miles. We even see some cars running in tandem, almost like race mode. There's a cluster of 3 coming off the final turn now. One of the Carlin cars in that mess. So guys don't appear to be looking to find that clean green race car.
Yeah, it is quite jumbled out there, and as you mentioned, with about 6.5 minutes, if you're on the racetrack, yeah, you can get another good 4 or 5 laps in, but you better space yourself out because it is so tough. These tight corners here at St. Petersburg, you got to get heavy on the brakes, and unless you're trying to make a pass, it's really a big risk in qualifying. And with this new car, it's a risk that I don't think a lot of these guys want to make. With both the Carlin cars still at the top of the charts with Jones, Chilton, and it is Hargrove, Kaiser, and Piggott at the top of the charts. And so far, Mark, haven't seen any flyers quite yet. But, of course, it takes a couple laps for these Cooper tires to get up to speed.
Watch Jack Harvey, who finally returned to the course. He went to that Pioneer Park area around 5, 6, 7, and off of turn number 8. And that wheel was not being kind to Jack Harvey. He was sawing it plenty hard. He's at the far end of the course now, coming off of that final turn. And look at that wheel.
Man,
he is sawing it coming back down that main straightaway. So that was his outlap. So we'll see if whatever adjustments they made to the car of Jack Harvey allows him to climb up the timing and scoring panel just a little bit as he enters turn 1. Harvey currently sits P6. Jones, Chilton, Hargrove, Kaiser, and Piggott, your top 5. Then Harvey, Brabham, Anderson, Sorrellas, Pedrahita, Anderson, Ringel, and Blackstock. What sort of a message does this send if this holds up for Carlin Racing? What do they send into the rest of his paddock?
Well, Trevor Carlin didn't sound very confident when he talked to Dave First. I think we're all a little bit more confident in what that operation has brought to St. Petersburg here to kick off the season. But that is a firm statement if they're able to certainly sweep the top 2 spots in practice, sweep the top 2 spots in qualifying here as they are currently still 1-2. I think that sends a big message for a lot of these teams, especially these veteran teams that have been around a while. You better catch up because if they can roll off the truck first race of the season in their debut at 1-2, boy, it may be a long season for some of these teams.
So don't you think we could record that conversation that we had with Trevor Carlin, play it back, ask him the same question prior to the race, and the answer will be the same? I think they're checking these things off of their list. Be good in testing. Be good in practice. Now be good in qualifying. But they understand, as much as any other team out there, race mode is a far different animal.
Yeah, and he seems like a very intelligent guy. He's been doing this for a long time in different forms of racing. So I think he's probably saying all the right things. I think he quietly probably has some confidence knowing how good his drivers are. Max Chilton certainly very accomplished with spending a couple years in Formula One. And then Ed Jones, as we're certainly finding out, boy, seems like he's just as talented.
Interesting to note, a lot of these drivers may not be aware of this, but over the past couple of years, oftentimes we have seen, believe it or not, if we go back and look at it after the fact, a championship has sometimes been decided right there in turn number 1 of the first lap.
Oh, that, and it's one position here or there. I mean,
right.
A year ago it came down to the second tie-breaking scenario of second-place finishes between Gabby Chavez, our champion, and Jack Harvey, who's back for a second year. So every position is certainly key, and when there's a lot of scholarship money and opportunity to maybe move into the Verizon IndyCar Series, certainly these drivers are going to lay it on the line.
Jones and Chilton continue 1-2. Hargrove, Kaiser, Piggott, your top 5. Rob Howden, about 3 minutes left in this session.
Standing here right now with Ricardo Juncos. Ricardo, your guy's sitting 4th and 5th right now. How do you feel about that position here in qualifying?
It's really good, actually. We have a few laps left. We see what we can have now, and this is just the beginning of a long championship. Very happy with the whole team and very, proud to have these 2 drivers in the team. So we'll see. We're looking really good today, so I'm very happy.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
There is, folks, a team coming up from Pro Mazda with 2 graduates out of that program, including the championship winner from last year, Spencer Piggott.
And Rob, you have a history with that race team. You watched them grow and develop. One of the things I like about that team, if I can make this observation, they hit on a paint scheme several years ago. They've stayed with it over the years, and I think it's important that now that they're in the Indy Lights Series, those with Rob that are familiar with other rungs on the ladder, they know exactly where their cars are on the racetrack.
You know, the livery for Juncos Racing has been around for quite a long time. You look back a couple of weeks ago on Twitter, and Spencer Piggott put up a throwback Thursday for when he actually raced karts for Ricardo Juncos about 10 years ago. I think he was about 9 years of age when Juncos had their own karting team. They've obviously worked their way up the ranks. They worked their way into the Pro Mazda program, and so exciting to see that green and white livery of Juncos here in Indy Lights.
New fast lap, the number 14 of Max Chilton, 105.8125, and By the way, the 71 machine, again, having some issues with the turn 10 runoff area. So it's Chilton, Jones, Kaiser, Sorrells, and Harvey, your top 5. Hargrove, Pickett, Brabham, Ederson, Pedrahita, Anderson, Ringel, and Blackstock. Nick, if you're going to throw down a flyer and try to get that pole, now is the time to do it with 90 seconds remaining in the session.
Yeah, awfully impressed. Certainly not surprised to see Chilton and Jones at the top for the Carlin Racing team, who's been so fast here this weekend. But tip of the cap so far to Kyle Kaiser. That's a big pickup. He was only 8th quick in that morning practice session yesterday. So for him as a rookie to jump all the way up to 3rd, now just got bumped to 4th, and now down to 5th as Jack Harvey and Spencer Piggott are starting to pick it up. Certainly a good run for young Kyle Kaiser.
Yeah, at number 42, Mr. Harvey was very non-committal after the session yesterday. He's like, we're going to take our time, get comfortable with the car, get comfortable on the course, and it looks like that Jack Harvey is getting comfortable. And again, as you mentioned, you had to go to a tiebreaker format last year to decide the championship. That's how close he was.
Boy, just 45 seconds left in the session. Max Chilton set a new fast time at 1:05.618, and then moments later, Mark, his teammate Ed Jones, bettered that at 1:05.471. So it's still Jones and Chilton at the top, but certainly those teammates battling for the pole here in the final seconds.
Kyle Kaiser threw away an opportunity to climb up the time and scoring grid. He ran into the runoff area in turn number 10. That's been a very busy place during this session, as we mentioned. Some issues in 4 and 10 for both the Indy Lights and the Verizon IndyCar Series. So about 10 seconds remaining. Those that have crossed the timing and scoring loop at the start-finish line will have one more lap count. We'll see if anyone has anything for Jones. Chilton is P2, then Harvey, Hargrove, and Pickett. Kaiser, Sorrells, Brabham, Ederson, Blackstock, Pedrahita, Anderson, and Ringel. Chilton set the fast lap, took the checkered flag at 1:05.4052. And by the way, the record here for qualifying was set by James Hinchcliffe in 2010 at 1:06.34.97. And as we say that, his visit to the top of the scoring pylon was short-lived because Eddie Jones just cleared it. He heads to pit road with a time of 1:05.31.93.
Boy, that was fun watching some of these drivers on these final laps, and there was a big pack of Indy Lights race cars out on the track. Chilton was the first to cross the line, and as you mentioned, he and Jones there for the last 3 laps, the last 2 or 3 minutes of this session, just kept bettering each other lap after lap after lap. Certainly found the sweet spot. So Jones, Chilton, Harvey, Hargrove, and Piggott mark your top 5.
Piggott takes the checkers. Kaiser does as well. Jack Harvey will take the checkered flag. Harvey improved his position. He had been stuck around 6th or 7th for most of this session. Those final adjustments that Rob Houghton described to you about 5 minutes before the end of the session was able to get Jack Harvey up to the 3rd position. Everyone has taken the checkers. They're gone to pit road. So it looks like Jones, Chilton, Harvey, Hargrove, Piggott, Kaiser, Sorrells, Brabham, Ederson, then Anderson, Pedrahita, Blackstock, and Ringel. And much like the first practice session, Chilton will own the front row here as we get set to go racing this afternoon, Nick.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun to see those 2 blue cars up front battling for the win and to see if anybody can find anything. As Jack Harvey certainly looks to be the guy all weekend, but Scott Hargrove right there in 4th has a chance as well. Let's go to pit lane. Dave First is with our pole sitter.
Yeah, here with Ed Jones. First pole, not only in the Indy Lights Series, presented, of course, by Cooper Tires. This is your first pole on American soil. This is quite a weekend.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing feeling to be on pole straight away in our first weekend. Massive job by Carlin to get both cars at the front. I can't explain how good of a job it's been, to come over to America from Europe, be right on the pace straight away. I didn't know another team that's done that, so hats off to them, and we look forward to the race.
Tremendous battle between you and Max Chilton. This might be something we watch for the entire season,
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an exciting race and an exciting season.
How much, not trepidation, but as Max comes over and gives him a high five and a congratulations, when you guys come overseas, your first season in Indy Lights, how nervous were you guys? What was the thought process coming over?
Obviously, because it's a completely new experience for us. We didn't know exactly what to expect, but we were confident with the team. We did a lot of research. My engineer, Jeff Fickling, was with Gabi Chavez last year, so he has a lot of experience to bring to the team. And so far, everything's just worked together so well from the first test at Homestead, and it's just carried on, so hopefully it stays that way.
Let's look ahead to this afternoon. Thoughts on this race here?
Yeah, well, this is one of the longest races I've done. In the past, it's been shorter, so for me, it'll be a new experience again. I think the first few laps are going to be really critical to get a gap and then control it from there.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's Ed Jones. He'll start from pole for Carlin Racing here this afternoon. First pole in the series, first pole on American soil. To Rob Howden.
Let's come down here with Jack Harvey. You made some big changes to the race car there with about 5 or 6 minutes to go in the session. It obviously worked. You jumped, I think, 7th up to 3rd in the late going. Was it really feelable in the car? Did it make a big change for you?
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, to go from where we were to being back at the front, I mean, was a good change. As long as we learn from it and keep moving forward, then I think that's the best way to approach the rest of the weekend. I mean, congratulations to Carlin. Obviously, they've been fast from the first test, but I think we're coming. You know, definitely our speed has been improving all the time. I think we've got a good setup for the road courses anyway. So just got to keep working this weekend, and you know, to win still the target and the goal. So I think we just put ourselves in a good position to try and do that.
With Carlin being good out of the box, do you think you guys went behind the 8 ball a little bit losing that session yesterday?
Excuse me?
Did you lose a bit with not getting that session yesterday? That would have caught you up a little bit to Carlin, you think?
Obviously it would have helped, but I mean, on the other hand, it might have helped them being faster. So, you know, at the end of the day, that session getting rained off was what it was, and no advantage gained, no advantage lost. Perhaps it would have given us direction, but you know, like I said a minute ago, it could have given them more direction as well. So, yeah, just some work for us to do, but no big drama.
Congratulations.
Thanks, mate.
3rd place, folks. Jack Harvey going to start on the inside of row number 2.
Scott Dixon might not be the only Iceman in open wheel racing. I think the future is so very, very bright for that driver, the number 42. So, Jones and Chilton make up the front row when we go racing this afternoon here. Join us for all of the action around 3:25. And don't forget, we're far from done on this day. Final Verizon IndyCar Series practice session with Paul Page and all of us comes your way at 12:30 Eastern. Congratulations to Ed Jones, who wins the pole in preparation for the first of the doubleheader weekend here on the streets of St. Petersburg. Outstanding work by Dave First and Rob Howden on pit road. The director of the IMS Radio Network is Wally Levitt. Our thanks to Nick Yeoman for all of his efforts this session. For now, I'm Mark Janes. So long for now from the streets of St. Petersburg.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Staba and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone, again, making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's found some running room all by
1-2, 1-2, check. Sounds good.
He appears to be really flying out there.
Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Brody Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short shooter. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes a try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place in the Patrick Racing pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish.
Let's see what happens with the 68.
He's going to climb the
fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Helio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
Oh, the qualifying struggle for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. And Greg's back in 2 as Tracy tries to make the pass in the north. Then he heads toward Princeton area. Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, heads your way.
Paul Tracy will take the yellow flag. It looks like
Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see. Okay, Howard, here comes Cornelli now, the torrance man from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy. And down to you, Mikey Hurst.
Okay, Bernie, we got it. Here comes Cornelli. Shows he's fast as he gets around me here by Roger McCluskey. McCluskey spins there in the corner. Hold it. We've got one car going around and he's sideways. The same spot that Eddie Sachs was. McCluskey right there. He's okay. He's sitting in his car. The cars are coming around and we'll follow. See if it's all right. They're all going on the inside. McCluskey halfway through the turn, sideways, the exact same spot where Eddie Sachs was just a few minutes ago. Now they're running under the yellow flag. Jones went around it a moment ago. McCluskey passed him on the
And there's a checkered flag for Parnelli Jones, the winner of the 1963 500-mile race.
As they come onto the main stretch, it's Mario Andretti being chased by Danny Sullivan. Sullivan darts out, pulls alongside Mario Andretti. It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn? Ron Carroll.
It is Danny Sullivan gets him. Danny Sullivan gets him down. No, he's whirling. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins, but he goes around twice and gathers it.
Absolutely incredible. Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti, gathered the car back up and continues on, and Sullivan only fell back to second place. Larry Henry, they're coming to you.
Well, this is reminiscent of Roberto Guerrero a year ago with Roberto Guerrero's product kept going. Here comes Mario Andretti now. Here's Danny Sullivan after that spin. He'll have to change tires, but what a job of driving by the man from Louisville, Kentucky, Danny Sullivan.
Absolutely unbelievable. Danny Sullivan got past Andretti in the short chute and then lost control of it. And he spun the car completely, but he caught it, regained control, and continued on.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
And history is matched as the twin checkered flags come out for our second four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, Al Unser. Roberto Guerrero comes across the line, finishing 4.4 seconds back. The Penske team scores another victory. Al Unser has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
A.J. Foyt now coming down to the white line. In turn number 2, he looks kind of happy as he goes through 2 onto the backstretch, and in just a second he'll be up to Chuck Marlowe on his final lap.
Roger Howdy, and he has the backstretch all to himself. Here he comes, A.J. Foyt, number 1, entering up toward that northeast turn. A big wave to all the fans. He's in the northeast, and Mikey Hurst.
We got him here. People waving their hands, waving to him, and he waves back as he takes the turn number 3. One more turn to go to Jim Shelton.
And he's in this turn right now. White car, big goal number 1, happy A.J. There you have what looks like our winner, and I don't think he can miss now. He has about half a straightaway to go, and here's Sid Collins.
Well, nothing should happen now, and here comes the car, the Sheraton Thompson Special, the checkered flag for A.J. Foyt, with the right hand up in the air, waving to the crowd, the winner of the 1964 500-mile race.
And there the checkered flag waving, and Maury Rose is the winner. Rose is the winner of the 31st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile Motor Speedway Classic.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt and the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail, a little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Gary Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third.
And there's Al Unser Jr., and then Bobby Rahal. Chuck Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes high. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But
Broadcasting from the Firestone studio, I'm Paul Page. Mark James is alongside, and we are ready for what is scheduled as the third practice session for the IndyCars, though this is really only the second. If you were here yesterday and actually stayed through the rain, you'll know that they put the green flag out, gave them an opportunity to bring the cars out onto the track. But, Mark, I think everybody made the wise decision. Let's not break it this early in the season, especially since there aren't as many parts as you'd like to have right now.
Yeah, that was the speculation, Paul, as we looked at the forecast unfold all during the week. In fact, they talked about Friday being the day that we would most likely get wet. And fortunately, the timing gave them a good measuring stick for that morning session. But we talked about it before, risk versus reward. And we saw the same thing unfold with the Indy Lights. I mean, they had a second session scheduled as well, and because of the new chassis, and we don't think their parts are quite at the premium that they are in the Verizon IndyCar Series. But let's face it, we're going to have sunshine and blue skies the next couple of days, Paul, and it just didn't seem to make a lot of sense to risk it. So,
well, it's going to be perfect weather today, tomorrow for racing. You're absolutely right about that one. Now let's talk about what went on during the one session we had yesterday. Well, first of all, almost everybody passed the mark set by Takuma Sato last year when he ran the pole. That mark was a 1:04.738.
Obliterated. It was incredible, quite frankly, to watch it unfold as the session unfolded. And Penske dominated yesterday. For the longest time, they had the top four spots in timing and scoring. Simon Pagenaud struggled a bit toward the end of the session. I say struggled, but he's well within striking distance of a pole speed. He ended up ninth, but the top three spots belonging to Will Power, Juan Montoya, and Helio Castroneves. Pay particular attention to those guys in positions 1 and 3 because both of those guys have a storied, it's a brief, somewhat brief, but a storied history here talking about Power and Castroneves and their recent dominance of this event.
And the Chevrolet engine at the end of that session had the top 5 spots. Well, Jake Query is on board as well. We send you down to the pits.
You know, one of the guys who I'm enjoying the conversation with down here in the pits is the senior manager of league relations for USA Today Sports, one of the media partners now for the Verizon IndyCar Series. His name is Matt Moran. He's the pride of Ithaca College, among other things. But, Matt, let's talk about this, as you call it, media partnership. USA Today. Really, from what I could tell, the other day I'm sitting there, I'm on the flight down here, and boom, there's a big article about Team Penske, for example. I think people and fans are excited about USA Today's approach in elevating the coverage of the Verizon IndyCar Series. And in talking to you, you are too. But it's great to have you guys along here.
Thank you very much for having us here. And as USA Today Sports, we want to be that authentic partner with IndyCar, being able to talk about not just what goes on the track, but also what happens off the track. We want to be able to champion the heroes and thrill the fans with our coverage. So we're excited for the partnership for sure.
With it, if you could, the actual motivation, as you guys were planning on what you could do to expand coverage, what was it about open wheel racing in IndyCar where you said, you know what, this is something that we need to target?
Sure. So, open wheel racing in IndyCar, it's something that's important for us. And we see what the league is trying to do, specifically from a digital standpoint, where we have a lot of local coverage and working with our friends over at the Indy Star. We have that voice that's in the garage, so the guys that are reporting on the sport really know what's going on, helps us out, too, from a national standpoint.
I wanted to ask you about that. Obviously, USA Today's parent company, Gannett, has a number of different daily newspapers as well across the country. How much cross-promotion will be seen in terms of a USA Today article, let's say, featuring Marco Andretti, for example, that then could find its way into one of the local newspapers nationwide?
Sure. So that's the whole idea, is we want to be able to take the sport nationally and bubble it down locally with the Indy Star. And we're probably in about 10 key markets where IndyCar is going to be going out throughout the season. Places like Sonoma, Milwaukee. We're going to be able to do that. And again, it's all about championing those drivers. So we hope that fans, when they're picking up the papers or going online, we'll see that coverage from a local standpoint as well.
Matt Moran of USA Today Sports is our guest. It goes without saying what IndyCar and what open wheel racing fans gain from this in terms of the coverage. But if you could elaborate a little more on what you feel USA Today feels they can gain by being able to further cover the IndyCar Series.
Sure. So it's all about bringing fans to our website and being able to promote all motorsports. It's IndyCar, it's NHRA, it's NASCAR, it's some of the Indy Lights series, some of the other motorsports that you see, and it's that cross-pollination that works really well for us. And again, we want to be able to bring casual fans into the sport, reintroduce them to a sport that was so keen back in the 80s and 90s, and it's gaining momentum. So we're really happy to be where we are coming in right now with the partnership.
One interesting thing in talking to you, Matt, you are a kid that grew up in the Northeast. You're a native of Massachusetts. It's an area I think that IndyCar would like to get a further footprint. But you grew up a racing fan, correct?
I did. Grew up about 15 minutes away from Springfield, which was a dirt track that had the USAC guys going. In Loud, New Hampshire, IndyCar would run. So, that's the whole idea. You hear right now about Boston being a potential for a street course race. We have coverage in papers that are up there. So, it's introducing guys to the sport like that.
Obviously, it's as we can tell, the cars are getting out on the track. We'll get back to that. But, Matt, I appreciate it very much. Appreciate the time. We look forward to talking to you over the course of the season as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look forward to helping you guys out and also talking to the fans and hoping that our coverage really gets some jazzed out about the sport in the 2015 Verizon IndyCar season.
It's much appreciated. USA Today Sports, again, the Senior Manager of League Relations. That is Matt Moran. Keep an eye on USA Today, and if it's a Gannett Daily in your city, further coverage of the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Yeah, and they do such a good job. It's great that we're going to have them on board following the series in that very special relationship. As you heard, and as Jake mentioned, the cars have taken to the track. The sunshine is bearing down. Beautiful Florida sunshine. Temperature very comfortable, and it looks like everybody has taken the opportunity to roll out. Of course, if they run true to form, they'll roll out, kind of check everything, come back into the pits, make the final check, and then off we go. We'll get to it pretty quickly. Yesterday, the order of the practice times when they left the session was Power, followed by Montoya, by Elio Castroneves third, then Scott Dixon, and then Sebastian Bourdais in fifth. We'll see how quickly that changes once they start to get up to speed here on this 1.8-mile street circuit. Uses part of an airport, part of the city streets, a couple little roads that are laid in between that. It's kind of neat to see him come down and make turns on areas of the racetrack that are city streets and see the marks for the city streets as well.
It's a fabulous course. It hasn't been altered much since the very first time they laid it out, Paul, and I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say. There are some very tricky portions of this racetrack. It's challenging from the standpoint, we alluded to it yesterday, the varying surfaces. But I would have to say, for instance, now watching Ryan Hunter-Reay work his way off of turn number 9 in front of the Mahaffey, the Dolly Museum, and then work his way onto the straightaway there between 10 and 11. It'd be tough for me to stay focused. I mean, you've got palm trees and yachts in the harbor and, all this beautiful sunshine and blue sky. I mean, there are plenty of distractions for these drivers when they're making their way around this picturesque course.
Well, and that bright yellow 28, the DHL car of Ryan Hunter-Reay, just looks so good. It sparkles under this sunshine here. We also want to kind of remind you, if you weren't on board with us yesterday, of how we approach track records here. We take the total body of open-wheel racing. The example being that Sebastian Bourdais back in 03 set the track record at a 1:00.9. Now, the track has remained right at 1.8 miles, but its configuration has changed slightly, and of course, the cars themselves have changed drastically, and yet we have here another formula starting for the first time this weekend. So we will use, though, the fastest time throughout the entire open wheel experience. That's how we'll go about that. We're focusing more, though, on the time that was Takuma Sato's pole last year, 1:04.7. Right now, looking at the board as we're beginning to get some of the times come in, already Ryan Hunter-Reay is at 1:02.8. Di Silvestro just went second, 1:03 flat. In other words, just in the first few minutes of this, everybody's getting ahead of Sato's speed, and that's what they did yesterday.
And you mentioned a name there, and want to give a tip of the cap to the driver of that 25 machine, Simona Di Silvestro. They said, why are you thumping your chest over someone who was 15th fastest yesterday? Well, Paul, that's the first time in a long time that she had been back in a Verizon IndyCar Series car, and so I think it's clear that there is a comfort level that Simona Di Silvestro has developed with this particular course, and I think that's one of the reasons why Michael decided to put her in a race car this weekend. So Simona right now is 5th. we're skeptical that holds up as times continue to build and quicken.
But still very early in the session. I want to talk, too, about the rookies, because look at that. Stefano Coletti right away goes up to third quick. He did pretty much the same thing yesterday, so he's obviously a very quick driver. And now rookie from last year, sophomore year, Luca Filippi, he is now number one. He's done that with a 1:02.14. But again, based on yesterday's times, though it was pretty much overcast yesterday, we've got a full sun track now.
4 starts for the driver that will essentially fill the role that Mike Conway handled last year for Ed Carpenter, and now Carpenter, Fisher, Hartman Racing, talking about Luca. Now, in 4 starts, Paul, the 15th and the 16th and the 2 DNFs, and that I think people would look at that from the outside and say, well, those aren't very impressive credentials. Well, during practice and qualifying and early on in the race, he turned some heads. And I think that they really believe, Paul, that he has an opportunity to give them the same kind of quality starts that Mike Conway gave them. And, by the way, a quality start or 2 that led to victory lane for Mike Conway.
Hey, Nick Yeoman is on board with us as well. We just had one of the Penske cars, that's Simon Pagenaud, a yellow and white Penske car, do a quick spin-off into one of the runoff areas, didn't hit anything. In the meantime, though, we're talking about Nick Yeoman. He's pit side. Let's go to him.
Appreciate it, Paul. Good to catch up with you. Good to catch up with Pat Wright as well. He is the Executive Director of Racing for Kids. Pat, let's talk about some of the programs. I know you had a lot of exciting things going on this weekend. You had some kids out here at the track yesterday, right?
We did indeed, Nick. We had 30 kids from All Children's Hospital here. A great day at the track. Some of these kids are dealing with some very difficult ailments and treatments, but boy, I'll tell you, a day at the track puts a big smile on their face, and we've done it in cooperation with IndyCar and also the fine folks here at the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
Get a chance to get some of these drivers out to those children's hospitals as well?
We do. The IndyCar drivers are the best. They're great with kids, and Justin Wilson was here yesterday. Of course, he just announced his 2-race deal with Andretti, which he was very happy about. He said spent about a half hour, 45 minutes with the kids and answered questions. And then we had a big hospital visit on Thursday. We've been coming here every year since we've been racing here, and we also presented the hospital with a package, a Wii package, some color screen, flat screen TVs, and some devices for the kids to play with the game. So,
such a lot of special programs. Who do you think gets more out of it, the kids or the drivers? Because it looks like everyone ends up smiling.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you, if you ask every driver, he'll tell you he gets more than the kids, because he said it reminds him about how lucky he or she, how lucky they are to be doing what they're doing. In the same token, these kids are dealing with some very difficult treatments, and I'll tell you, seeing a driver and then seeing him again on TV, it's bigger than life, and it's a great experience for them.
This partnership, we were talking off air, between Racing for Kids and IndyCar, a long history between the two, right?
You really have. We've been doing this for 26 years now. We just finished our 25th anniversary celebration last year. We've had great support from IndyCar, and they help us with the drivers. A lot of these drivers joined Racing for Kids when in the fledgling days of racing. Ryan Hunter-Reay, for instance, been with us for about 14 years. So it works out very well. And again, the kids are the big beneficiaries, but you tell the drivers, and they'll tell you, we get a lot out of it, too.
And you guys are at just about every race, correct?
We are at every race. Every race, United States, Canada, Mexico, Australia, Japan, Brazil. We've seen about 28,000 kids in our 26, 5 years plus. We've also raised about almost $6.5 million for the hospitals, and we identify a need and then answer that need for the hospitals.
Well, I know I speak on behalf of everyone at IndyCar. You guys are doing some great work. Keep it up.
Well, I sure appreciate it, and thank the drivers, too.
All right, that is Pat Wright. He is the Executive Director of Racing for Kids, Paul. A lot of good work being done by the series and the partners.
Yeah, I think you actually hit with the best question. You wonder who enjoys it more, the kids or the race drivers, because both get a lot out of it. Coletti just had a quick off and on over at turn 4. We mentioned that Pagenaud had his moment off the course, and then he came right back, hammered it, and he is now quick overall with a 1:01.48. At the first part of the going, I didn't see that many Penske cars coming out, but they're showing up now.
Yeah, they all time it. They all have their varying strategies, and we will certainly see that unfold when we get to qualifying. Guys will go out and give themselves 1, maybe 2 laps, and they've shortened those sessions over the past couple of years, Paul, because back when they were 15 minutes in lengths, cars would sit there and sit there and sit there. And now by reducing those times, they add a little element to it. This activity, though, overall doesn't surprise me because, again, we lost a full session yesterday because of the weather. They had the opportunity to go out, but just chose not to.
And again, we're talking brand new aero kits. Chevrolet has one set. Honda has another. They're distinctly different from one another, and this is their first real chance to get side by side with those aero kits. They'll qualify, of course, later this afternoon, but we've seen, when we saw yesterday, a number of the cars come up and test one another, kind of get a feel of what the aero was at the back of the car. We've been watching Will Power carrying number one of the champion, and he's been sawing that wheel pretty good.
Yeah, we like that. Will has just turned one lap, and Paul, you mentioned it earlier. We don't expect him to stay in the 104s very long. We expect him to get up and join his teammate, who currently sits at the top of the timing and scoring chart, Simon Pagino, with a 101.88. So, yeah, they've already pretty well obliterated, or are going to obliterate, what they said is the fast time yesterday.
Yeah, and looking again to Sato's a year ago, through 19th was Montoya right now. Everybody through 19th is already ahead of that record 1 year ago. Back to the pits. Here's Nick.
I appreciate that, Paul. We've caught up with Chuck Hamby. He is with Verizon, the Executive Director of Corporate Communications. This new IndyCar 15 app, I've got it downloaded on my phone. It's very cool. I know the fans need to check it out. A lot of cool features on that, right?
Absolutely. Put you right in the driver's seat. And for a race fan, there's no comparison to that. Of course, when you're here at the track, you get this adrenaline, you get this juice. But when you're sitting on your couch, you can go into that app, and it really just brings the flavor of the Indy Series right to your living room.
I was going to say, how familiar are you with racing? Because I know for so many people that show up to the racetrack for the first time, grins are ear to ear, and they're just blown away with how cool this is.
Well, I'd like to say, I'm from the South, so I grew up around racers, but I've never experienced anything like the Indy Series. It's the color, the family friendliness. It's got a cool vibe to it that you don't find in a lot of racing.
As the title sponsor of the series, what are some other cool things down the pipe that Verizon wants? Because I know you've got a lot of with driver interaction.
Absolutely. We'll just try to continue to listen to the customers. The customers want to be pulled into the experience more and more. And so for us, it's all about the customer experience. So that's what you'll see is we'll listen to them, the features that they find useful and really it really grabs their imagination. Those are the things we'll be looking for in the future.
Currently working a red flag. All cars going to make their way back to pit lane. Speaking with Chuck Hamby, he's with Verizon. Let's talk about, as far as the drivers, what kind of feedback have they given you as far as what they want to see on the app and maybe what they want to do with the sponsor?
Well, I think they all love the 360-degree cameras. Everybody likes that because it puts you in the car like that. But I was talking to Will Power a little earlier, and he thinks the telemetry is just really cool because it gives the fan a look at what they are experiencing, really the information that they're getting from their teams. It's very similar to that, and so they really believe that's the thing that's going to set this app apart from most of the things that the race fan would experience.
What do you think about this kickoff weekend here in St. Petersburg? It doesn't get much better than that.
No, it doesn't get any better than this. The weather, I think we ordered perfect weather for this, right? Not too hot, not too cold. That's another thing the drivers were commenting on was the perfect weather. So again, it's just a great crowd. Great hospitality. Doesn't get any better than this for a sports fan.
Thank you so much. We all appreciate the work Verizon does. That app is fantastic, and we'll see you around the track.
Thank you so much.
All right, that is Chuck Hamby, the Executive Director of Corporate Communications with Verizon, and looks like we're under red flag conditions right now, Paul Page.
Yeah, it got pretty quiet around you. It was Sebastian Bourdais over at turn 10. He just ran into the runoff, but he killed the engine. Now they've got him around, got it started, and he should be back into the action quickly. But it did bring out the red flag because there is so much equipment out on the track. They don't want to expose either the drivers or the safety team to any problem. A lot of yellow debris. Did that look like pickup from maybe the yellow paint of the streets?
No question. Yeah, and he's back underway, and I would imagine that he won't quite get all of that off of those Firestone Firehawks before he gets back to pit road, and that may necessitate a fresh set or either a scuff set, as we hear that race control is asking the safety crew and the track workers to kind of reaffix some of the banners that may have shaken loose. We noticed, Paul, when we arrived this morning, obviously noticeably cooler, but a much windier day than we saw yesterday, and all of those things, impact various aspects, not only of the cars, but of the course itself.
Yeah, a lot of the down in the 10-11 complex, again, they're aerodynamic cars, so they are moving wind. Some of it is sucking wind in, others blowing it out, and especially down in that the 10, 11, 12 area, we've seen some of the banners on the wall on the side of the truck just get sucked right out every time a car goes past, which tells you something else about the new aero kits, doesn't it?
Pagano is P1, Sato is P2, then Montoya, Hunter Ray, and Graham Rahal. Graham has been a little racy this weekend in the first couple of practice sessions. TK is up to 6th, the rookie Sage Karam. Coletti, 8th quick. Luca Filippi is 9th, and then Hinchcliffe, Newgarden, Marco. We were kind of bemoaning Marco's lack of activity yesterday in the first practice session.
They fixed something.
Had some issues with the braking system, Paul, which kind of limited Marco's track activity, and clearly they found something that they liked because early on in the session, Marco has got that 27 machine, which another number change for Marco this year. He's at 26. Now he's up to 27. Jack Hawksworth in the 41 car for A.J. Foyt is 13th quick. Then Huertas, James Jakes, Helio Castro-Neves, Munoz, Di Silvestro, Chavez, Dixon, Bourdais, Kimball, Power, and Draconi. Paul, some folks might be saying, well, Scott Dixon, he's only 20th quick, or Helio Castro-Neves only 16th. They went out and turned just a couple of laps before we had that red flag brought out by Bourdais.
Yeah, Dixon
so
only had 3 laps.
Yeah, we'll see that pick up a bit.
This also speaks to the advantage of the multi-car team,
Sure.
like Ganassi, like Penske. The Penske cars are at this moment all over the board. You got Montoya up there in 3rd, but then you find Power in 23rd and Castro-Neves in 16th. So the big team and 4 different cars allows them to send each car out with a different setup. Entirely different setup, then they see how that works. They probably learned enough yesterday to have everything in line for qualifying later this afternoon, and they may have 2 of those cars already working on the race setup, if not all of them.
Yep, and we're back to green, as you can hear in the background, or maybe you didn't, but anyway, we're back to green if you didn't hear it. We know they're there. We see them going back out on the course, and you hit the nail on the head, and I think that's one of the things we talked to Simon Pagano on pit road yesterday, the thing that he is enjoying the most. I mean, you've got 4 guys who I think are widely believed under the Penske banner to have 4 somewhat different driving styles. Those are Pagano's words, not mine. But he said, by the same token, he said there are the team orders are there are team orders. I mean, we are a team, and we share information. It's up to the driver to decide exactly if they're sharing everything.
Yeah, they have
Maybe
to.
under the impression that they are sharing everything or giving people that impression. But I would suspect that if you're driving for Roger Penske, that is non-negotiable, and all of those drivers follow that to a T.
Well, like I think you said, Mark Change, yesterday, that Pagano probably has been sat down in the quiet little room with Roger and maybe Tim Cindric there as well, and just saying, now, here's the way it works at Penske Racing. Do you understand? Oh, yes, I do. I understand perfectly.
And I may be speaking out of turn here. This may not be accurate. Forgive me if it's not, but I believe it was Tony Kanaan last year that said that he didn't realize until after Dario had stepped out of the cockpit that when they were teammates, Dario didn't tell him everything that he actually knew. He said Dario was a lot freer with the information after he stepped out of the cockpit.
Right, and you know, there's so many different data measurements that are taken on the cars. It's not the stuff that is in the live telemetry side, but all the little detail stuff, the different ride height changes that they look at, and how this damper or that damper compresses or opens, that they look at after they download the data from the car. And then comes the interesting part. The data shows one thing, and then the driver gets talked to, and, well, what do you think is happening here? And sometimes, more often than not, the driver's dead right. But occasionally then you get a conflict. And part of being new with the team, let's take John Dick as an example, who is now with Herta Autosports, and they have your Gabby Chavez, the champion from Indy Lights last year. They have to learn the language. They have to learn how to talk one another. So when one says, well, it's doing this, look at the data. Okay, I see what he's talking about now.
And I think it has to be extremely difficult to be able to translate, if you will, from one driver to the next when you have those vastly different driving styles. If you go back to the super team that Andretti Green Racing formed with the late Dan Weldon and Dario and TK and Herta, and the dominance they had for a couple of years in the IndyCar series, Brian Herta found his way to victory lane a couple of times and was always a top 10 contender, but Paul, I think Brian was widely credited as the setup guy. He was the guy that started out as their test driver, and he had the ability to be able to share that information with a driver regardless of their style, and that's an intangible that I don't think you can put a price tag on.
Will Power is out there on the track. Well, right now he's thinking about going in there, still sitting in the pits. And his quick time of only 4 laps out there is a 1:04.84. Nick Yeoman, what's going on?
Yeah, a little surprised. I made my way down to that Verizon, that end pit stall that the defending champion gets of Will Power, and I thought, okay, maybe they needed to adjust the handling. Maybe they're working on the aero kits. They actually had the rear engine cowling off. They were tooling around back where the power plant for that Chevrolet car was. Saw them add some oil. We're going to try to figure out exactly what might have been bugging that car. But as you mentioned, just 4 laps so far for Will Power, all the way down at 23rd out of 24 cars. They put the rear engine cowling back on that Verizon Chevrolet, and then Will has fired that machine up. So they're going to take that car back out of the racetrack momentarily, but something bothering that engine early on in the practice session, Paul.
At the meantime, we're keeping track of a teammate there, Simon Pagenaud, the 22 car. He's been really hacking at this circuit. Boy, he is everywhere, and it's paying off. His quick time is a 1:01.48. Those in the 101s are now down through 5th place, and that is Elio Castroneves.
Some interesting developments. You talk about the one with Will Power, another one that bit of a head scratcher. I mean, Scott Dixon only has 7 laps under his belt, but he's done no better than 17th. Joseph Newgard was pretty quick most of the day yesterday. We're waiting to see him climb up timing and scoring. He's now 13th.
And again, the big difference between yesterday and today is there's sun on the track today. Temperatures are a little bit higher than they were. Let's give you an idea what to expect the rest of the day. IndyCar practice will end here in just a short while, in fact, in 24 minutes. And then the Indy Lights race. Mark, you ready to go?
Absolutely. I know Carlin Racing is ready to go. They were dominant in practice, and they were dominant in qualifying today. They have the front row, and Jack Harvey had lost the championship by a tiebreaker last year. He starts third. Be interesting to see if Jack takes that wait-and-see approach going down that long straightaway, seeing if maybe the guys unfamiliar with this course take one another out, open the door for him. The first lap might be the most interesting lap of the race, Paul.
And you'll be calling that shortly after 2:25 Eastern Time this afternoon. And then at 4:10, the IndyCars come back on the course for their qualifying, where they eliminate through the groups and finally end up with the guy who is the pole position and gets the P1 award when they do that. We've got some exciting stuff to tell you about just with the radio network here, too. We, with the help of Firestone, this is now the Firestone studio. That's pretty cool that they're in there, they're helping us, and we are now the Advance Auto Parts Radio Network. They've stepped up to help us out as well. So I've already been over to Advance buying parts there, so I'm supporting that. And that's, if you get a sponsor that gets into racing and helps it, help them. Tell them you appreciate the fact that they're in it. Little cash, little comment. None of that hurts.
Well, I was an AT&T cellular customer for years, a wireless customer, and then shortly after the announcement was made, I switched my service, my wireless service, over to the good folks at Verizon. And if for no other reason, the service is impeccable. But on top of that, Paul, that IndyCar 15 app is just absolutely out of this world.
Cool.
It puts you up close and personal. As you heard the folks from Verizon say, if you're not at the racetrack, it's the one app that will make you feel like you indeed are. But yes, thanks to the good folks from Firestone. Happy to have them with us in an expanded role this year. And again, Advanced Auto Parts expanding their role. They sponsored our look back last year at previous races, and now they've come on as our official network sponsor, so we welcome them.
About half of the 24-car field is right now in the pits, and we're not seeing a lot of changes up at the top of the order. Pagenaud is still number 1. Let's go to pit road, and Jake.
You guys were just talking about business partners and sponsorship here in racing in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Drew Prinzel joining me here. We're watching Charlie Kimball as they're working on that 83 machine. Drew is the vice president of marketing for Novo Nordisk, who continues their relationship with Charlie Kimball. And I think when you talk about drivers that have now become synonymous and branded with their sponsor, Charlie Kimball is one of them. He does an outstanding job. But, Drew, I appreciate the sponsorship with the series. You guys are back for another year. This has been a long-standing partnership.
It has been. We're very excited, Novo Nordisk, to continue the sponsorship with Charlie and the At Race with Insulin program. I think the relationship between Charlie Kimball and Novo Nordisk is very apparent. The story's been said many, many times that he needs to use a lot of our products in order to battle his diabetes. But it's beyond that. It's really giving the inspiration to patients that the type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes doesn't need to slow you down. So we're excited that this is, we're back for an extended period of time. And I can't say anything more exciting, more than we're that excited to have it.
You know what's interesting is I have a young family member who just found out 2 weeks ago that he has type 1 diabetes. And for me to be able to go to him and say, hey, you know what? Here's a guy that's run the Indianapolis 500 who actually suffers from the exact same thing and leads a normal, productive life. How important has that message been, and how much has racing allowed, do you think, Charlie, and you guys as a corporation, to get that message out to people?
I think it's given the avenue to say that if you're a patient and you have diabetes, that it doesn't need to slow you down. So you're able to do the things normal individuals can do. And Charlie, I mean, he's racing at 200 miles an hour, and he's utilizing this pathway to really talk about the need to manage your diabetes the right way, but also that it doesn't need to slow down. You can do whatever you need to do. And we hear so many stories from patients that Charlie is an inspiration to them to continue to battle this and live a normal life.
Drew Pinsel of Novo Nordisk is our guest. Last question for you. Have you guys seen now, I mean, you obviously were with Charlie in the Indy Lights. You carried over now into his entire career at the IndyCar Series. Have you seen return on investment in terms of your involvement?
That's a really good question. From a marketing perspective, we definitely look at it, and I can say that we have seen a return on investment. It continues to we continue to look at it and tweak and find different ways to get the message more broadly. But our partnerships with Chip Ganassi Racing and also with IndyCar, I think that I think that we do see a return on investment, and it's proof positive that we just signed another year to this. So yeah, I can say we have.
All right, Drew, I appreciate it. We'll let you get back to watching. Looks like Charlie's getting ready to go back out there, so we'll let you watch.
Thanks so much.
Again, Drew Pinsel, who is with Novo Nordisk, Vice President of Marketing. As he mentioned, they have extended their connection here and their partnership with that car number 83 of Charlie Kimball.
And it's good to hear how excited they get about it. You know, you're asking Jake the business questions there, and he's talking about is just the excitement they have being involved with the Verizon IndyCar.
Well, and I like the longevity of that sponsorship because, as they suggested, it all began with Charlie Kimball back in his days in the Indy Lights Series, and they felt confident enough in his abilities to follow him up through the Verizon IndyCar Series. And I think it's paid dividends. I know that I, for one, having been out on the course for several races, a pass at Toronto and a pass at Mid-Ohio. The Mid-Ohio pass was for a win. Those are two of the best passes that I've seen in my 20 years now of covering IndyCar races.
Still a good many of the cars staying pit side, going out for a lap, coming back in. Will Power just did that. He is still the fastest here, a 1:01.36 for Will Power. That pushed Pagano down to second quick, a 1:01.48, followed by Sato, Montoya, Castroneves, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Seventh is Scott Dixon. Eighth is Sebastian Bourdais. Ninth is Charlie Kimball, we were just talking about. Graham Rahal is in 10th right now. But the lap counts themselves, the number of laps they've actually put in, is all pretty low. We only have a couple that have turned over 10. Joseph Newgarden being one. I think Newgarden and Draconi are the two highest, 13 and 14 laps.
Yeah, Gabby Chavez has turned 13 laps here. Whatever the problem was with Will Power, I think he got it dialed in. As you mentioned, Paul, just 9 laps in for Will Power and already P1. His teammate Pagano right there with him. Still keeping our eye on a couple of drivers. Graham Rahal, for instance, has been flirting with the top 10 most of the weekend. We expect to see Newgarden start to get things figured out. Maybe, as you suggested earlier, Paul, now that Joseph has the advantage of having a teammate in the number 20 machine, maybe he's working on a bit different strategy right now. Maybe a late session visit to pit road, and then he'll go out and maybe do a qualifying sim. Whatever the strategy is, they mapped it out long before they got out on the course today.
One of the cars I'm loving to watch is the 5 car. That's James Hinchcliffe. Dark car. In fact, there are quite a few black cars, so much that all of the spotters here and announcers, we're taking the charts and okay, what's the difference between this one and that one? Well, here's a big difference with Hinchcliffe. If you see a car sliding sideways and correcting right away, that seems to be James. He's got like turn 10 and a couple others where he's flying everywhere. By the way, great announcement, really important announcement comes out yesterday for Justin Wilson, and Nick Yeoman's got him.
I don't like to usually butter up my interviewees before I talk to them, but Justin Wilson, one of the nicest guys in IndyCar racing, and a big announcement. Tell us what your plans are here coming up in May.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be joining Andretti Autosport for the month of May, doing both the Indy GP and also the Indy 500, so really looking forward to that.
I'm interested in the fan interaction because I've seen it firsthand in forms of social media and Twitter. I've seen so many people saying, all right, what's Justin Wilson doing? What's the update on Justin Wilson? Why doesn't he have a ride? How big have the fans been this offseason trying to edge you on to get you back in a car?
It's been fantastic. You know, the following, just that push from the fans all the time, you know, asking what's going on and what can they do, and it's great to know that you've got that kind of a following, and also that this sport has that kind of a following. So, you know, it's a good thing for IndyCar and also for auto racing that the fans are so passionate.
I said you're one of the nicest guys in the paddock. I was just talking to Pat from Racing for Kids, and he said you've been doing some work with them this weekend. Is that correct?
Yeah, I always like to do things with Racing for Kids. You know, it's a good charity, and you know, having kids myself, you know, it just brings it home that how fortunate you are that you got your health and your family's healthy. So trying to help out those families that aren't so fortunate, and visiting hospitals, you know, just spending some time with those children is always it means so much to me, and you know, I think it's a great charity to be associated with.
Speaking with Justin Wilson, who will be driving for Andretti Autosport in the 2 races in the month of May at Indianapolis. How big is it I mean, you saw Ryan Hunter-Reay in the show that he put on a year ago in the 500. How big is it to know that you're going to have that type of equipment underneath you when we go green flag racing at the Indy 500?
It's great. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it, but at the same time, you know, I've got to still apply myself, try and get the car to feel how I am used to feeling, and but you know, knowing that you've got a team like Andretti Autosport behind you, Honda's been a fantastic supporter, so you know, just want to have a good, solid, you know, first race at the GP, and then try and take that into the month of May, and you know, just I'm so excited, looking forward to tuning the car and seeing what kind of speed we can get out of it.
Final thing, let me ask you, what have you thought about these new aero kits? I mean, they're wild looking. It seems like it got a lot of downforce too.
Yeah, I mean, you speak to the drivers and they talk about how much more load there is through the car and the steering and the extra effort it takes to turn these cars, because there's no power steering, so it's very physical. You know, it's great to see. I love the different style between the Chevrolet and the Honda, and I think it's made it really interesting, and you know, see how this all plays out. Qualifying is going to be fascinating.
Well, good to see you here. Well, hopefully we'll catch up with you tomorrow during the race, and so happy for you about the news in May.
Thanks very much.
And it's Justin Wilson, a 2-race deal with Andretti Autosport in the month of May.
Good news for Justin Wilson. He kind of led to something that I think is going to happen pretty quickly, and that is power steering. Mm-hmm. Now with the downforce that we're seeing in these cars, there are probably times, I've heard drivers say there are times when you really can't turn them. You've got to set it up before you get into the area where the downforce starts coming in so hard. So power steering probably is not that far down the road as the next big change in the Verizon Indy cars.
Well, power continues to be one pole. Pagenaud right there with him, his teammate. The time, his fast time at 101.36. It's a 101.48 for Pagenaud. Then Elio Castroneves third quick. Sato continues to find the quick way around, the pole sitter from a year ago. Then Montoya, Hunter-Reay, Dixon, Bourdais, Kimball, Ray Hall, your top 10. Then Tony Kanaan, Sage, Karam, Coletti, Filippi, Hinchcliffe, Newgarden, Munoz. Marco is 18th quick. Jack Hawksworth, 19th quick. Then Carlos Huertas. Simona Di Silvestro in the number 25 car is 21st quick. Then James Jakes, Gabby Chavez, and Draconi. Those are the 24 cars going through their final paces before they get ready for the white knuckler that is Knockout and Firestone fastest qualifying.
A little over 11 and a half minutes to go in the session when Sebastian Bourdais had to be pulled out of one of the runoff areas and turned around. That brought the red flag out for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. We had a number of periods, in fact we're kind of in one now, where only about half the field is out and the other half's in the pits talking it over, making whatever changes they can. I got to tell you, Mark, I really like the way these cars look. The sunshine is
really showing us the different elements, the wing elements, the multiple wing stack that the Hondas have, and that little vertical with the wing on it that Chevrolet has. The bright sun brings all that out, and these cars are magnificent.
Jake Query on pit road. One of the stated goals was to create a noticeable difference between Honda and Chevrolet in terms of these aero kits, so the fans of those particular manufacturers, Jake, would notice which one a Honda was, which one a Chevy was. Since you've been up close and personal on pit road over the course of this weekend, can we say mission accomplished from your perspective?
Absolutely, especially if they are coming at you, because if they're coming at you, those cars that, for lack of a better term, look like the front wing and in addition the back have almost a vertical Venetian blind, that's the Honda. And then the Chevrolet does not have the tiered, if you will, wings. And the other thing with that, Mark, it absolutely aesthetically, you can tell immediately the difference between the two. Now, what is going to be interesting to watch over the course of the season, of course, the big storyline is whether or not that translates to being able to see the difference clearly on a time chart. You know, that's whether or not one of them turns out to noticeably be more consistently fast than the others. And I do believe that it's going to take a while before we really see that separate itself, because I think every team is starting from scratch and probably doing different things. You may have, with a Honda manufacturer, with the multitude of different teams that have it, you may have 3 or 4 different adjustments taking place, different things that they're looking for, seeing what works, and then, of course, going back and sharing that information to balance things out. But I think that's going to be something that probably over the course of the season is going to peak and valley for both manufacturers in terms of trying to find that sweet spot.
And you go through all these twisties, Paul, and you get confident with the road and street course package, and then you're right back to a blank slate again when you start talking aero kits at 16th and Georgetown in Indianapolis.
Yeah, the aero kits, we see them at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What a huge race to suddenly get that new aero kit, and very short time period. It looks like I haven't seen a formal schedule, but I'm thinking that's going to be a 4 days with the aero kits, and then they're going to qualify.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting set of circumstances, and I think, Paul, it will again reveal, if you didn't know it before, it should reveal it to you in the month of May. Racing is a team sport, and those guys on the other side of the wall are just as important to the success of a race team as those brave warriors that climb into the cockpit on a regular basis.
You know what it means to me, too, though, is for practice at Indy, there's a very real reason to be out there and watch as all that development takes place. You're going to want to be there every day.
No question.
And I don't think anybody will be hiding anything. That it's too short a time, too serious. You're going to see everybody just hammer it down and try to get the fastest package they can as fast as they can.
Power, Pagano, Castro, Neves, Sato, and Montoya, your top 5 as this session rolls along. We're at 37 minutes into the session. We lost about 4:40 of it due to red time. Sebastian Bourdais went into the runoff area in turn 10, and we saw that be a trouble spot early on in this session. The two that have been of the most concern would be turns 4 and turns 10. Fortunately, between yours truly and Jake Query, we'll have those areas of the racetrack more than covered for you because those are the portions of the course that we pretty well cover on race day, and it's always a hub of activity. But getting back to time and scoring, Kimball and Rahal complete the top 10, then Munoz, Kanaan, Karam, Coletti, Andretti, then Filippi, Hinchcliffe, Newgarden, Hawksworth, and Huertas the top 20. Simona, James Jakes, Gabby Chavez, and Draconi round out the 24 cars, again going through the final paces before they go qualifying later today.
Interesting split there as you ran down through that list of our rookie candidates this year. Karam 13th, Coletti 14th, they're right together. And then Chavez and Draconi, they're at 23rd and 24. Got a car off. It's Tony Kanaan in turn 10. You just mentioned how turn 10 is going to be a place to watch. And again, it's just a drive off for Tony. Got the car slowed down, came up close to the barrier, and brought it to a stop. The officials say we're going to have to put the red flag out to handle that situation. The clock is counting 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. The last time they had to pull a car in off the course, it took them 4 minutes and 56 seconds. So it's going to cut things a little close toward the end of the session.
People, might not understand why is there a red flag? All they got to do is get him restarted and back underway. That's a very, very precarious position on the race course, and it's just not safe really to have the Gematro safety crew out there trying to get TK restarted. And it's an inconvenience. It cuts into the time, but quite frankly, from a safety standpoint, it just makes all the sense in the world. And, Paul, I can only imagine if we've had these issues during these practice sessions in single-car incidents going into Turn 10.
You're going to be busy.
It may get a little dicey down there once we go racing tomorrow, no question.
Well, this is the last practice session before they go qualifying later this afternoon. And, again, IndyCar qualifying on a road course. They split the field in half, 2 groups of 12. And out of those, each of those 2 groups, 6 cars come out and move to the Fast 12. 12 cars going for it. And then with the Fast 12, they take 6 out, and the fastest of those becomes the pole sitter and gets the Verizon P1 award.
Yep, it's knockout qualifying, and it's always interesting, especially when we get to the final round and we get to the Fast 6. I mean, Paul, you'll have guys starting 7th or 8th that'll give all the body language and disposition of a guy that's starting 21st, for gosh sakes, because that's how tight the margin of error is when it comes to qualifying for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Just a few tenths here and there could put you back in 19th or 20th. And on a course like this with a Turn 1 that is just not as forgiving as it is in some other places, I don't think anybody really wants to be past the first couple of rows on back when they see the green flag fly on Sunday.
Well, the count's still coming down, about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. They do have the car, Tony Kanaan's under power and heading back on the road, so the red flag still remains out. They'll pull that in shortly. We're at about 7 minutes and 10 seconds of red flag. Hey, we've got something very special to talk about. Big formal name is the director of Bridgestone Motorsports. We know her as Lisa Boggs, good friend for all of us, known her for years. And they brought something to us, the radio network, and the sport this year that really feels pretty good. We are now the Firestone studio. Lisa, tell us what that's all about and what you expect from us.
Well, hello, and hello to everyone that's listening. For us, this is a tremendous opportunity, and we're very, very honored to be able to support, promote the Firestone broadcast booth. We, as well as you, have been proud supporters of the Verizon IndyCar Series. We have a heritage that goes back decades, and for us to be able to partner with you to bring the fans the best broadcast, bring the race to life for those that can't be here, it's a true honor for us.
Well, that's awfully nice of you to say. We're so proud. We've been constantly broadcasting from the Firestone studio. It's a good thing for us. Hey, let me ask you about your tires. The field just got the green flag for the last few minutes of the session. The tires for this year, obviously everything is really looking good for this first practice sessions of the season.
Yes, we have been working very closely with the teams and with IndyCar as they've developed the new aero kits. The tires we've actually brought to the race this year, the same tires that were here last year. So far, so good. We expect a great race. We expect great strategy as people decide when to go primary and alternate. And we really look forward to bringing some excitement. We think we're going to see some broken records, and the Firestone tires will be right there.
Lisa Boggs, Director of Bridgestone Motorsports, thanks for supporting us. Thanks for being on board.
Thank you for all you do, and we're very, very proud.
So are we. Thanks a lot. By the way, with the green coming back, we were watching Power, and he just came off the last turn 13, onto the front stretch, and he had it almost totally sideways in today's reference and caught it quickly. So there's another guy that we're seeing. They're really driving these cars loose, which is how they're going to have to if they're going to find speed in qualifying.
Well, they want pole. And again, up front is the place to be. There's no question. Because I don't know that in recent memory, that we have ever completed a full lap here on the opening lap. If we've not had an issue in turn 1, we've had an issue somewhere else. And people understand how tight passing is and what a premium it is. And sometimes they take unnecessary risks. And if you're stuck a little deeper in the field, you just don't want to be a part of that.
Well, we're counting down right at the end now, 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. We had 7 minutes, 54 seconds total between the two periods of red flag. It is Will Power that remains number 1. He is a 1:01.36, and guys in the 1:01 go all the way down through 9th place. We'll be back right after this message.
one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, they're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Well, coming down the last 35 seconds of this, the final practice session, labeled as Session 3, though there was no Session number 2 due to the rain yesterday afternoon, and then everybody gets ready to go qualifying. Based on what we've seen so far, qualifying should be something very special to watch. Now everybody pulls out all the stops. These brand new aero kits are performing well. We'll be anxious to see who comes up, Chevrolet or Honda, with a top number. Right now it belongs to Chevrolet, the person of Will Power, but at qualifying, that's when, you know, all of the talk from the winter season comes to an end. Now you have to perform. Checkered flag on this session. The final practice session is complete. They are putting out a yellow in turn 4, and that looks to be Montoya. He's just sitting at the edge of the course. Don't see any damage on the car, and he gets the car going again, and now he's back on the racetrack. Again, a little runoff at 4, and Mark, that's the only place we've seen 4 and 10.
Yep, no question, Paul. And right now it looks like Takuma Sato is the lone interloper into the Penske party at the top of the scoring pylon. You've got Power, Pagano, and Castroneves 1, 2, and 3. Sato is 4th quick, then Montoya slots in at 5th. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Scott Dixon found speed over the last several laps of this session. Bourdais, Kimball, Rahal the top 10. Graham off to a pretty good start this weekend. Then Munoz, Kanaan, Karam, Coletti, Andretti, your top 15. Joseph Newgarden was pretty quick most of the day yesterday, as was James Hinchcliffe. They're 17th and 18th. And Jakes, Hawksworth, Huertas, Simona Di Silvestro, Chavez, and Draconi.
Everybody's coming back in now. Now they talk. They always, of course, bring the car in pit stop mode, so the car and drivers always looking for exactly where their position is, because it changes race to race. And the teams approach the car, for the most part, as if it were a pit stop. Tire changes occur. The more you can get familiar with that, obviously, the better it is. So we're waiting for everybody to climb out now. A little debrief of everyone, and we're waiting, too, for the numbers, the final numbers, to come up on the scoring board. So we'll be right back with all of that in just a moment.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, they're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Oh, we are back here in St. Petersburg, Florida, the Verizon IndyCars, and Takuma Sato was the pole sitter last year. He didn't get up to that top part of the chart this year, but he right now is in 4th place, and he is with Nick.
Yeah, and the only Honda that's up there in the top 5, that ABC supply car, looks pretty good early on here at St. Petersburg.
Yeah, we're positive and happier than yesterday. Although, I mean, yesterday was a pretty good day, but it's just only one session. It's difficult to gather all the data. But to be in the 2 cars this year is helping massively, and even one session, I was able to see the difference. So today we were much happier.
A lot of testing that's been done over the last couple weeks. We're going to put on those red alternate tires here for qualifying for the first time. What do you expect?
We'll see. A little unknown for everyone else, but we're already clocking faster than last year red tire already, so we will see the obviously very, very fast lap time. My concern is just a balance shift, how it's going to be, but hopefully we'll be strong.
All right, appreciate it. That's Takuma Sato. He ends up 4th after practice.
So, Mark, let's give them the list all the way down through 24, kind of alternate a little bit here. Power is number 1, a 1:01.36, followed by Pagano, an 01.48, Castroneves, an 01.51. Takuma Sato, and 0151 as well. And then Montoya, 0155. Ryan Hunter-Ray, 0164. Scott Dixon is an 0180, followed by Graham Rahal. He is a 101.86. Bourdais is an 01.89. And Charlie Kimball is a 101.98.
Munoz 11th quick at 102.03. Then Tony Kanaan at 02.04. Then Sage Karam, Coletti, and Andretti, your top 15. Felipe, Hinchcliffe, Newgarden, Jakes, and Hawksworth complete the top 20. Then Carlos Huertas at 103.50. Actually, his quick time is 102.39. Then Simona Di Silvestro, Gabby Chavez, Draconi at the bottom of timing and scoring 24th quick. His fast time at 1:04.87.
And that takes us through this practice, the entire field. Of course, the next time we're going to be talking speed from the Verizon IndyCars will be when they go out for qualifying. That is at 4:10 this afternoon. But there's racing here before that. Mark Janes and the gang will be up for the Indy Lights race. That is at 2:25 this afternoon. What about a little predictor of that? What have you seen so far?
Well, Ed Jones and Max Chilton, those guys, I'll tell you, that team has unloaded awfully fast here, Carlin Racing, and of course they have a long and storied history of success in Europe, and they have come here with designs on getting themselves to the Verizon IndyCar Series, and they have the front row. Jack Harvey, who again lost the championship to a tiebreaker last year to Gabby Chavez, currently sits in the third position, so he'll be a most interested spectator, Paul, when they come off of that final turn and look for the green flag. We have seen championships decided in turn number one of the very first race. And I know that Jack Harvey has that in the back of his mind because he has raced here before and he has seen it up close and personal.
You know what I like? Just sitting here watching you, you can see the excitement.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see the sparkle there. You're
I'm ready.
really ready for something to happen. All right, that's it. The Advance Auto Parts Radio Network with the third practice session for the Indy cars. It's the Lights Racing at 2:25. We will be back on the air then.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Sneva and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Foyt and the gleaming Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home, and he wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue.
starts it up front is the place to be because of what happens with the slipstream, if you will. And Carpenter right there.
How are we doing here? Check. All right, beautiful.
Front 5, set sail for the north end.
Hunter-Reay trying to trap. Carpenter going into one.
And Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter-Reay on the inside. Hunter-Reay will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He may want number 2.
Guys, Will Power and Carpenter. Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, and Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter-Reay darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Hunter-Reay looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter-Reay, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay leads it in the
turn number 800 is upon us. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter-Reay to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter-Reay that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter-Reay has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year to get his 4th victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
John Andretti starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone again making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's found some running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out there.
Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Brody Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute.
Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The boys of the 500 Paul Page. Who's going to win it?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes a try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place in the Patrick Racing pits. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish!
Let's see what happens with the 68.
He's going to climb the fence.
He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Helio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
Oh, the qualifying struggle for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. It breaks back in 2 as Tracy tries to make the pass in the north. Then he heads toward Kristen Airy. Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, heads your way. Paul Tracy will take the yellow
yellow flag. It looks like he will win the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see.
Okay, Howard, here comes Parnelli now, the Torrance man from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy. And down to you, Mikey Hurt.
Okay, Bernie, we've got it. Here comes Parnelli. Shows he's fast as he gets around me here by Roger McCluskey. McCluskey spins there in the corner. Hold it. We've got one car going around and he's sideways. The same spot that Eddie Sachs was. McCluskey right there. He's okay. He's sitting in his car. The cars are coming around and we'll follow. See if it's all right. They're all going on the inside. McCluskey halfway through the turn, sideways, the exact same spot where Eddie Sachs was just a few minutes ago. Now they're running under the yellow flag. Jones went around it a moment ago. McCluskey passed him on the...
And there's the checkered flag for Parnelli Jones, the winner of the 1963 500-mile race.
As they come onto the main stretch, it's Mario Andretti being chased by Danny Sullivan. Sullivan darts out, pulls alongside Mario Andretti. It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn? Ron Carroll.
It is Danny Sullivan gets him. Danny Sullivan gets him down. No, he's screwing. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins, but he goes around twice and gathers it.
Absolutely incredible. Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti, gathered the car back up and continues on, and Sullivan only fell back to second place. Larry Henry, they're coming to you.
Well, this is reminiscent of Roberto Guerrero a year ago with Roberto Guerrero spun and kept going. Here comes Mario Andretti now. Here's Danny Sullivan after that spin. He'll have to change tires, but what a job of driving by the man from Louisville, Kentucky, Danny Sullivan.
Absolutely unbelievable. Danny Sullivan got past Andretti in the short chute and then lost control of it. And he spun the car completely, but he caught it, regained control, and continued on.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. From the Firestone broadcast booth, it's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
The 2014 Indy Lights title came down to a tiebreaker won by Gabby Chavez. To the victor goes the spoil. Chavez has moved up to the pinnacle of the Verizon IndyCar Series. The runner-up, Jack Harvey, returns in a quest to follow the same path as Chavez, Newgarden, Hinchcliffe, and others. While Harvey is a series veteran and a threat, a new chassis engine combo for 2015 leads to perhaps more questions than answers in terms of who the favorite would be. Will it be Schmidt, Peterson, Andretti, and Berlardi as it has been in years past, or will teams like Carlin, Juncos, and others add to the competitive depth? From St. Petersburg, welcome to the Mazda Road to Indy, the Mazda Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. It's the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire. I'm Mark Janes, and as we mentioned, Carlin Racing, one of those looking to add to the competitive depth. They did so via the pole sitter today. Ed Jones, we caught up with him after his pole-setting run.
This is one of the longest races I've done. In the past, it's been shorter, so for me, it'll be a new experience again. I think the first few laps are going to be really critical to get a gap and then control it from there.
We're happy to have not one but two driver analysts in the booth with us for this event. We welcome back our good friend. He joined us a couple of times last year, but we're happy to have him with us throughout the course of this season. And as if he wasn't busy enough, things have gotten busier for him in the past couple of weeks or so. Added to the management group of the United States Auto Club. Welcome back, Davey Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Good to be back, actually. It has been a busy offseason, actually. But a lot of excitement. Oh, sorry about that. It's been a long off season and a good off season. A lot of things happening, a lot of good things happening. All state in motorsports, back to the short track industry a little bit with USAC, and it's good to be back with you guys here in the booth to watch this Indy Lights race.
Our other driver analyst has been in the Indy Lights for the past couple of seasons, and we kind of kidded with him that a year ago one of his former teammates was in a similar position, looking for something to shake loose, and we call it IndyCar Radio Karma for Sage Karam, and things have gone well for Sage. We hope for the same fate for the young man who joins us today. We say good afternoon and welcome to Zach Veet. Zach?
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for having me. I mean, this is going to be a really cool experience. It's definitely new to me to see, the race from this side of things, but it's going to be really exciting, and just happy to be here as I'm still trying to work to put my IndyCar sponsorship together for the rest of the year. But, we were able to win here in Indy Lights last year, and, I got a lot of friends on the grid in Indy Lights, so I'm excited to cheer them on and see how these new Dallara cars handle in the Mazda Road Indy.
So, Zach, we chatted up some of the drivers over the past couple of days and had ongoing conversations with, of course, Dan Anderson and some of the guys that you've talked to. Zach, what's the biggest difference that drivers are finding between the Indy Lights cars of old and this new configuration?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just kind of the technology. The car that we had last year was a bit of a fossil. I think it was about 12 years old, and you really just had to fight it a lot to get the balance because it was made to be an oval car. So, they had to transform it to be a road course car. So it was always constantly kind of a fight to get it track ready. And with the new car, it's a proper race car. A lot of guys are saying, Hinch and Dixon when they were testing it, things that they changed in the DW12 Indy car actually worked exactly the same on the smaller Indy Lights car. So I think it's going to be a little bit more nimble, a little quicker, and now that we have turbo and push-to-pass and paddle shifters, I think these guys are in for a little bit of a treat, and they kind of have the nicer quality things that we didn't in the past couple of years.
We've had several holdovers over the past couple of years, Davey, but one thing's for sure, this roster should provide a little inspiration for program sales. We've got a lot of new names and a lot of new faces in this series. Yeah, we have the returnees. We mentioned guys like Jack Harvey, who was a series runner-up. Pedro Hita was here a year ago, and Scott Anderson is a returnee. But I'll tell you what, again, only 13 cars. Dan Anderson would have liked to have seen more. He thinks we will see more as the season progresses. But, Davey, the resume of this group is very, very impressive.
Yeah, well, it's doing what it's supposed to do. There's 9 rookies in this 13-car field, and that's the road to Indy, right? All these guys want to be in the IndyCar series, and this is their opportunity to get there. I do think that this car is a great car as well. I mean, I just think that it was time to get more current and more, for example, these seats in this car, when you sit in this car, you could take the seat right out of this car, put it right in an IndyCar. So they really are trying to make them close to the same. So these guys that transfer from the Indy Lights right in IndyCars, it's a nice transformation. And there has been 17 cars sold. People do have cars. I know several, for example, More Racing. He has a couple cars. McCormick Motorsports has a couple cars. They're out there. They're ready to go. They're just trying to get the final touches put on them and the funding to get them in the field. So this field will grow. So for the first time having 13 cars, I think Anderson's done a great job.
Zach, my belief is that whatever advantages guys like Scott Anderson and Jack Harvey may have had going into the season are essentially wiped away. The slate's wiped clean because there is a drastic difference between last year's car and this.
No, exactly. And a lot of people were talking about a third, year in Indy Lights, and going back to it, you're starting completely over. I was talking to Matt Brabham about it, my teammate last year. He said it is a lot like starting over. You're kind of learning to walk again in it, and just these guys got to find the limits every day here.
Well, we're just a few seconds away from the command to start engines as we get ready for this event. We'll give you the starting lineup on the front row. Carlin Racing, Ed Jones and Max Chilton. Then Jack Harvey and Scott Hargrove will roll off in roll number 2. You hear the command being given. Spencer Pickett and Kyle Kaiser will roll off in row number 3. In row 4, it's Felix Morales and Matthew Brabham. In row number 5, R.C. Henderson and Scott Anderson. In row number 6, Juan Pedrahita and Shelby Blackstock. And rounding out the 13-car starting field, Ethan Ringel in the number 71 machine. Rob Houghton among those joining us on pit road today. And, Rob, we've talked about how excited Dan Anderson and company must be to see this race finally come to fruition. I know they've enjoyed testing. I know they've enjoyed practice and qualifying, but the proof will be in the pudding, if you will, once this green flag falls.
You know what? Obviously, everyone down here involved in this Mazda Road to Indy and the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire program, all abuzz right now. They get to see these cars finally go head-to-head, wheel-to-wheel, and we're going to watch them go into turn number 1. This is a big...
Well, we've expanded things a bit for this campaign for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, and we're going to throw it out to a couple of guys now who have an absolute bird's-eye view of this picturesque course. The first one we'll throw it to, rejoining us after covering Indy Lights the last couple of years on television. You can hear him, of course, on all of the Verizon IndyCar Series broadcasts. We say good afternoon to Jake Query.
Pleasure, Mark Janes. Good afternoon to you to be here in St. Petersburg. As a matter of fact, I'm 12 stories above First Street. That actually serves as the field comes beneath me here, where they make the stretch between turns 3 and then the right-hander of turn number 4. Quick left-handed jog of turn number 5 just after that. And once again, thanks to Squaremouth, the travel insurance company here based in St. Petersburg, playing host to us on their balcony. It's become a tradition to sit up here with Chris Harvey and his great employees and watch this race. And Mark Janes, as I look to the east into the water of Tampa Bay, I see the field working their way and snaking their way around this great facility.
They work their way through the Pioneer Park area of this course and come into the shadows of a minor league baseball stadium. And then once they clear that little kink, if you will, turns 9 and 9A, they glide in front of the recently renovated Mahaffey Theater and just in front of the world-class Dolly Museum. In fact, in turn number 10 is where Nick Yeoman sets up shop.
Good to be with you, Mark, and everyone here in St. Petersburg, Florida, as we're set to kick off another season of Indy Lights Racing. You mentioned they've got that slight kink before they drive right in front of the Mahaffey Theater and, of course, the Dolly Museum. This turn 10 section where I'm at is very tight. We see a lot of passing opportunities for these drivers. We also happen to see a lot of drivers make mistakes here. There is red and white curbing to the inside of turn 10 and a pretty nasty tire barrier to the outside. The fans have filled in a good hefty crowd here, Mark, as we are set to go racing here in turn number 10 at St. Petersburg.
Okay, Zach Veach, we have seen over the past couple of seasons, I think Gabby Chavez 2 years ago felt like he lost the championship in turn number 1. I know what they tell you in the driver's meeting, and you guys do your best to remember it, but once you strap those helmets on sometimes, so troublesome turn 1. What makes that so difficult after that green flag flies?
Well, there's a lot of things that go into being so difficult to get through turn 1 here at St. Pete. The main thing is this is the first race of the season. For a lot of rookies, especially the newcomers here in America, they want to make their statement on the first lap. And the thing about St. Petersburg, you're on a runway, an airport runway for the front straight, and that leads into a very tight mid to exit corner of turn 1. So you feel like you can go in there 3 or 4 cars wide, and then you can only get 2 cars through the middle and the exit. So a lot of guys get bunched up. You get to a very low speed early on there. So it's very intimidating and inviting to a lot of people, but you just got to be smart about it and think it's a long race.
Davey, carrying momentum off the final turn before you come on to that very long straightaway, is that where you want to be or need to be the best here?
Well, that it's very important because there's only a few passing zones here, Mark, and going into turn 1 is the best passing zone that we have after that. And so, yeah, anytime you can exit really good and get that long straightaway and get momentum to make the pass is the very, very best. So that is the best opportunity to pass here today.
Zach?
Yeah, and it's funny as you said that is I remember my first year here in Indy Lights, and Kyle Moyer, he was still with Andretti Autosport, and he said there's only 3 corners here that you got to be good out. You got to get out of turn 13, turn 1, and turn 8 because those are the only passing places.
Well, congratulations to everybody that made this happen and come to fruition. We're waiting on the green flag to fly, and this new chassis of the 2015 season is underway here on the streets of St. Petersburg.
Great start into turn number 1. Ed Jones with the lead. They're clean through. Over to turn number 2, 2-3 wide. The new era of Indy Lights racing has begun.
Ed Jones has about an 8-car length advantage, as a matter of fact, now on his teammate. Jones all the way in very, very cleanly. A little bit of competition. Max Chilton now just behind him. Jack Harvey trying to take a look-see. He's right on the heels. Ed Jones now safely through turn number 5.
Jones got to turn 1 first, and Davey, that's valuable real estate down there. I was pretty impressed with the start of that race.
Yeah, it was clean. That's the best part. It wasn't the best start. They were a little bit spread out all over the place, but you know what? The most important thing is to get through turn 1. They all did it. Like I said, there's 9 rookies in this field. They're all rookies to this new car, so, the key point, get through the first lap especially.
Oh, and there's a great pass right there. Looks like Spencer Piggott maybe went a little too deep into the corner, allowing Jack Harvey to get back up there to the front.
He's going to try to chase him down now, talking about the 42 machine of Jack Harvey. But, boy, I'll tell you what, one thing that hasn't changed about this chassis, Zach, oftentimes if you start on pole, you usually finish there.
No, and that's, one thing we learned definitely last year in Indy Lights is, qualifying is so important because these races, you don't have a pit stop. So strategy kind of goes from right at the green flag. You got to stay out in the front and just keep pushing as hard as you can until you have a gap.
Oh,
we got 2 contact there. Chilton is in the wall, and I believe that's Felix Sorales, the number 4 machine. Another car clipped him on the way by, and that's just off of turn number 2. And, Zach, that looks awfully forgiving once you come through the apex of turn number 1. Looks like you have a lot of room, but there's a funneling effect there, and the real estate disappears in a hurry.
Definitely. Turn 2 is so tight, and especially you're trying to go flat through there, and it's bumpy, so that exit curbing really comes out of the way. And those guys, you try to go by through there too wide, and it takes both of you out. I think Shelby Blackstock might have been the other driver, caught up just slightly into the back of the Bilardi car as they went by, so we'll see if he's okay later on here.
Yeah, looked like they got into the curbing, and when you hit that curbing, you're along for the ride. And I think Felix May just hit his left sides on the curbing, bounced him up, pretty much out of control at that point. Oh no, it was not either. It was who's it?
Chilton in the 14.
Yeah, that's right. He definitely hit the curb and kind of just slid up, and there it was.
And that's one of the things you learn in the early on in the Mazda Road to Indy. There is you can kind of be brave in turn 2, but on the second lap of the race, you kind of just got to give that up and try to get through there as best as you can.
Now, Zach, we have heard owners tell us in the past when you guys have made some mistakes in those cars, hey, they're learning, we understand this is what we sign up for. Are they that kind to you when you get back in the paddock?
That's the thing. I was always so worried that they'd be mad because you tore up a car. And, the first couple times I did with Michael Andretti, the first thing you always ask is if I was all right. So that makes you feel a little bit better, and then it's followed up, why'd you do it? Yeah. So, if you can learn from your mistake and why it happened, that's the important thing. But, it's just learning experience. My first year in Indy Lights, I crashed 3 cars pretty good. Last year, I didn't spend a single dollar in crash damage, so it's just you got to get it out of the way and just learn from it.
Well, Davey, you see someone with the resume of Chilton and all the Formula One experience that he's had. I think he's found out with just in a couple of laps that this is the real deal here too across the pond.
Yeah, and anybody with experience always should know it's a long race, right? This is only the second lap of the race, so it's just too early to make those mistakes, because what happens is everybody's car is pretty good on the first few laps because their tires are brand new. Tires make up for a lot. As the tires wear down, then the real true handling of what you have as a race car comes into play. So there's no sense making those crazy risks, early in the
and there wasn't any arrogance on the part of the folks from Carlin Racing when we talked to them over the course of this weekend. I mean, they breathed a sigh of relief. They were happy to get through the first practice session and BP 1 and 2, and they weren't overly confident going into qualifying. They said, look, there's a lot of work to do, and then there is, of course, the race. So we don't want to suggest that they came over here with any level of arrogance. So they certainly understand that this is ultra competitive. They're thrilled to be here. Their ultimate goal is to get the Verizon IndyCar Series. Let's go quickly to Rob Houghton.
Max Chilton, quick chat with you here, my friend. Obviously a bit of trouble out there on the racetrack. Opening laps, you guys are pushing hard. 2x2 doesn't work coming out of turn number 1, does it?
Yeah, no, it's an unfortunate accident, but at the end of the day, I was ahead of him into 2. He knew I was there, and I had to take avoiding action to take the curb. So, anyway, that's the way it is.
We'll go on to the next one.
Yeah, we're quick, and we're showing that we've got the pace. So.
There you are, folks. Max Chilton. We'll see what happens.
A not so subtle dig, I think, or an observation, if you will. Shelby Blackstock got involved in that late day first. It looked like he clipped one of the cars on his way by. You've been in his pit box.
Yeah, this has been a very forgettable day for Shelby Blackstock, without question. In qualifying, he lost it on cold tires. It backed into one of the retaining barriers here at the track, so they had to fix they replaced the entire rear wing assembly, and then now making contact here in the second lap of this race. A little bit of damage on that right rear. In fact, there's a lot of suspension damage right now. They're going to replace the suspension there, put on a fresh set of tires to get back out there. They are working to get Shelby Blackstock out there again, the 25-year-old from Nashville, Tennessee.
So Jones continues in P1. Jack Harvey is P2. Then Pickett, Hargrove, Kaiser, and Anderson. Brabham is in the 7th position. Then Pedrahita, 8th. Anderson is 9th. Ringel is 10th. Blackstock continues on pit road, as you heard Dave first say. This caution brought out by the collision involving Chilton and Sorrellis. They will do no better than 12th and 13th today. Zach, can you put into words really just how frustrating it is to put in all this time and effort into testing? You come into the first race weekend, that level of excitement is there, and then to see it disappear within a lap and a half.
It's definitely really hard. I mean, I learned this lesson early on in 2013 at Long Beach, and it's just, you know you have something good, and you don't want to waste it, but sometimes if you push too early, this is the outcome.
We have gotten the thoughts and opinions of Mr. Chilton. Now let's get the other side, Rob Howden.
Down here with Felix Sorrellis. Obviously, Felix, not the way you wanted to start that race. You got a great jump. You got out to a pretty good start into a good position. And 2x2 trying to come through turn number 2. Chilton up on the curbing. Contact was made.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good start. I think a few of the drivers at the front sort of fell asleep at the start, so I was able to make a few positions. And then Chilton obviously wasn't very quick. I made a pass on the straightaway, and he made 2 moves. But obviously I made it pass down into the braking, but he just didn't give up and climbed over the curb and sent me into the wall. I mean, it's unfortunate because I know we could have been at the podium. We had a good start, and we had a good car.
The tires obviously a little bit slick from the very get-go. It takes a couple laps for them to come up to temperature. Were they there yet, or do you think that had to play with this? Yeah,
I think I've had enough experience in Europe that I know how to warm up the tires quite quickly. I have my procedures and all that, but it's just a shame. It's the first weekend. I know we could have done a good job from 7th, but it is what it is.
It's a double-header. You'll get one more shot tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Felix Sorrellis, folks, ready to get at it on Sunday.
It's been asked that the driver of the number 14 car, Mr. Max Chilton, go see the race director following this event. So clearly they saw something on the video replay that they didn't particularly care for. So, Davey, when an issue like that happens between 2 drivers, is it constant or consistent that maybe they'll chat about it back in the paddock, or does it depend on who the driver is?
I think it's going to be, it doesn't matter who the driver is. I mean, when there's a mistake made or they feel that it could have been avoided, they're going to chat to you about it. I mean, the last thing we need is wrecked race cars, really. I mean, no matter what, we need to put on a good show for the fans that are here. We need to give all these kids a good opportunity to do the best they can in this series to move up. So, it doesn't matter if you're a veteran or you're a rookie or it's your first time. It's a situation to where you need to have that talk just to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Zach, I'm guessing that goes into the data bank, and in the not too distant future, if you find yourself side by side or in close quarters racing, trust is a huge factor. Is
exactly.
It not?
No, I mean, that's the thing. You always know who you're racing with, and there's some guys that you can find yourself, you get into a situation where you both take each other out in one race, and you never really recover from that, and that stakes the entire long season. But there's a lot of guys that are very mature. By the time you get to Indy Lights, you are, and it's just, learning from it and moving on.
Well, we've got one more lap to go. Let's sneak in a quick word with the young man who's already won this weekend. He's on pit road with Rob Howden.
We have Pro Mazda.
Okay, a technical issue with Rob Howden. We'll try to get back with him momentarily. And one of the things that we did last year on a regular basis, we had an opportunity to visit with those F2000 and Pro Mazda drivers. and give folks an opportunity to get to know them before they get to this rung on the ladder. And we are really excited about that opportunity, and Rob Howden will affect that all throughout the course of this season to make sure that we get a chance to introduce you to those folks. So, Dave, first you said the necessary repairs have been made, and now it's just seat time for Shelby Blackstock, realizing that he has an opportunity to be competitive perhaps tomorrow.
Well, absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, we're also looking at qualifying for tomorrow too, right? Fastest laps and whatnot here this afternoon. Is that right, Mark?
Yep.
So, yeah, Shelby Blackstock with a lot to still get out there and a lot of seat time and whatnot. 25 years old, Nashville, Tennessee, and he really has one of the better mechanical groups around. Steve Price has been around IndyCar for years, and, of course, Dave Populars is also running the Indy Lights program for Andretti Autosports. So, two of the best around, and if they can fix a car, these two guys are going to do it. A little bit of seat time, and we'll see what Shelby can do here this afternoon and, of course, tomorrow.
Well, they make their way single file along Dan Weldon Way, and they're working their way through 11 and 12 as we speak. Your top five will be Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser. Then Anderson, Brabham, Pedrahita, Anderson, and Ringgold, the top 10. Blackstock is a lap down. Chilton and Sorrellis are out. Green flag flies, and a great run at the exit of that turn for the number 11 machine of Ed Jones. Harvey is in tow. They stay single file through the first five, although the fourth running car, that's Hargrove, tries to pull up on Piggott just a little bit. So it's Jones, Harvey, Piggott, and Hargrove as they come into the view of Jake Query.
You know, Jones on that first lap, it was actually Harvey that he had pulled away from. I had called that incorrectly. His teammate had already been left in the dust. Now he's got, again, about a 5-car length advantage. Everybody's single file. Best battle on the racetrack is that battle for second. Spencer Piggott taking a hard look at that 42 of Jack Harvey.
Yep, they're working their way through that Pioneer Park area right now, and that 12 machine looks awfully fast in its handling, getting off the turns very, very well. So it's Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser. They come to Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, Jack Harvey knows he has to defend that second position. He moved down about a half a groove to the inside to protect. Piggott is all over that rear wing, though, as they make their way down Dan Weldon Way.
Pretty clean lap so far. Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, Kaiser, Anderson, Brabham, Pedrahita, Anderson, and Ringgold, your top 10. We mentioned Blackstock out there, but he's a lap down. Davey, can you draft much down this straightaway?
Oh, absolutely. It's a good enough straightaway to draft on for sure. But you need to, back to thing, it's a key thing is to come off turn 13 mark, but you definitely can't catch a nice draft coming down the straightaway.
Looks like we had some contact going into one there.
Oh, sure did, yeah.
It looks like one of the, is that one of the Schmidt cars there?
Does not affect the front of the field. Jones, as a matter of fact, extending his lead as that number 7 machine of R.C. Anderson did not make it into turn number 1, Mark, but the rest of the field now already through turn number 5.
And we get a chance, we'll take a look at the replay, and I think, Davey, he might have had some help.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of contact. We're going to look at a little shot here now. Looks like, just looks like he, just got tagged from the back.
Oh,
looked like
from Matt. Is that Matt Brabham there?
It looked like Brabham.
Yep,
Brabham. Sure enough, just got in. Either one of them slowed down too much, or the other one drove in too deep. Who knows? Unless you're in that race car, but just a slight bout of contact.
And they're coming toward the final turn, toward the last turn on the course. And it looks like the 11 of Jones working awfully well, but again, they continue to according up behind him. That's Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser. Nobody can really get an advantage, and it looks as though that Jack Harvey is trying to pull out to a bit of an advantage, Zach.
And the interesting thing will be here, too, all the winter testing these guys have, they haven't really had any place that was super warm for their long runs, so we don't know how many teams did get to manage to do long runs on these new cars and Cooper tires, so it'll be interesting once we get closer to 30 laps here, who's strong and who's falling off.
It's about a 3-car length advantage for Jones over Harvey, and then Piggott's about a car length or 2 back, and then Hargrove and Kaiser, that top 5, they separated themselves just a little bit, working their way through the 7, 8, 9 portion of the course, and then they'll have a bit of a straightaway to start to relax a bit. Ed Jones, the leader, into the view of Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, the front 5 have certainly checked out a bit. It is Jones by about 2 car lengths. Harvey's starting to stock him, though. He's fended off the challenge from Spencer Piggott. The front 5 separate further back. Then you've got the 5 of Juan Pedrahita. And, Mark, I'm keeping an eye on that 7th place running car, the 83 of Matthew Brabham. The end of plate on the front wing banging against the ground from that contact that he had with R.C. Anderson.
Zach, it may be tough to tell, but do you see any characteristics just watching the monitor that tells you a bit of a difference between this year's car and last year's car in terms of handling?
So far it's a little hard to say, but it's just I think a lot of guys are excited because this is the new car. We see Matthew Brabham on pit lane. He's probably going to come in and get that front wing replaced. But it just seems like, these guys, they're pushing really hard. Their times are up there. But right now, it's just the car looks a little more just in control. The old lights car, you were constantly throwing that thing around and just trying to get it to behave as much as possible. So I think this is more a proper race car, and it'll be interesting to see, how tires last, like I said before, with the car being a little more balanced.
Davey, race control did not like what they saw from the 83 machine. A drive-through penalty for Matthew Brabham, avoidable contact.
Yeah, there you go. You just drove it a little too deep. I think he was just in the wrong line. Then that happens. I don't think it was a bad situation. He didn't do it intentionally, obviously, but they need to fix the wing anyways. It looks like he came back out, and he did actually. And that front wing's looks like it's gonna fall off. But what's impressive is this Jones. He's a rookie. This is his first time this track, and be able to really get out front. And he's not dominating by any stretch because it looks like Harvey's definitely kind of running it down. But now we have to see. What are these cars going to do in the long run? Nobody really knows that. As Zach said, they have had really good winter testing where it's warm or on a track like this. So many things can change. That's why the guys that are out there with cars in good shape, you never know what's going to happen these next few laps.
Now, I can say this, but there was a driver that going into last season privately expressed concerns to me being comfortable with the Firestone Firehawks. But I think his fears were alleviated once we got on those Cooper tires. He's sitting at the end of this booth. But so, Zach, let me ask you, Cooper tires, they had to be very, very involved in the design phase of this chassis because tires going to be affected by those changes too.
No, well, that's the thing. It's when I first got on Cooper tires, Cooper's versus the Firestones, they're both incredibly great tires, but they're strong in different areas. And once we got into the Indy Lights car, I was just, after having a season on the Firestone tires, switching to a new brand was kind of like starting over in a sense, and that was the one thing I was worried about. But, unfortunately, luckily, when I got on the Coopers, that kind of suited my style a little bit more, and we were able to be really successful. But Cooper's played a huge part in developing this new car. I know my suggestion, or a couple other guys, was just a little softer tire after last year. Let these guys, have a little bit more wear because they're phenomenal. And I think they're definitely a little softer here, so that's why we'll see it.
Jake Query.
As Jones extends his lead, I wanted to touch on, Zach, what you're talking about, and maybe Davey can tie in as well. As these cars make that left-hander of turn number 5, I noticed the rear of the car skipping out to the right and sliding through just a little bit. Now, that might be the weight balance that is new to all these drivers of this new chassis, or could it be because of the fact that the Verizon IndyCar Series was laying down a different rubber compound after the track got washed away from rain yesterday, that contrast is causing it to be just a little bit slick? Figured you guys might have a little more trained eye with that than myself.
Yeah, Jack, it could be a little bit of both, actually, because you're right, they're different tires now than the IndyCar Series. But another thing is, we got to remember, these are turbocharged cars now, so the power is different than the normal aspirated cars we've had in the past. So just being able to, your acceleration, maybe just want to fire the tires off a little bit more on those short little runs like that. So that could be part of it too, with a completely different package, different tire compounds. So it's probably a combination of all.
Let's go to pit road and Dave first. Dave?
Yeah, just a quick update on Matt Brabham, who also came back in after serving that drive-through penalty. Did have a little damage on that nose cone, so they switched it out. Then all of a sudden it's gone from bad to worse. And Andretti Autosport, Shelby Blackstock, Matthew Brabham, both having very difficult afternoons here in St. Petersburg.
I am seeing the occasional waft of smoke come up from the rotors of that number 8 machine. You talk about tire management. That's not the way to manage them, Zach.
Definitely not. I mean, you can get away with a couple lockups here and there, but if you're consistently doing it, it's just going to get worse and worse as the race goes on. And it's just the thing about it is these guys got to be smart. It is a shorter race than we're going to have tomorrow, but it's just trying to keep everything taken care of if you need to make a move at the end.
Yeah, best battle on the racetrack certainly for fourth. That 8 car of Scott Hargrove is certainly marked. Got the 18 of Kyle Kaiser all up behind that rear wing as they exited turn 10.
Jones, Harvey, Pickett, Hargrove, and Kaiser, your top 5. Then it's Pedrahita, Anderson, Ringel, Anderson, and Blackstock. Of course, Blackstock a couple of laps down. Brabham had some issues. Chilton and Sorrells are out after they got together, bringing out a caution. And Davey Jones has just set the fast lap of the race, and we're 13 laps in.
Yeah, which is a good sign, right? That he has a really good balance to that race car. That he's actually managing the car. He's not overworking it early in this race to try to keep the lead. It's not good for the rest of the competitors being halfway through the race basically, and his car's getting faster as it goes.
Now you shared the track last year with Jack Harvey, and Zach, I've said he's almost the next generation of the Scott Dixon-like Iceman, and I think you're seeing Jack Harvey do what he does best. Maybe not have the car capable of getting to the top spot on the podium, but he's not going to do anything silly and still get a spot on the podium.
That's the frustrating thing about Jack Harvey. I mean, he's a great guy and a great friend, but he's always there. And, he's always consistent. If he's got a third-place car, he's going to run at third place, and he's going to be right there on the podium with you. And he's a guy that doesn't make many mistakes. He makes every point count from every race weekend, and I think that's why he's going to be a strong contender in this championship this year, just because he has the experience and knowledge from last year here in Indy Lights.
Davey, that discipline is tough enough to develop for a 30-year-old, but to be his age and already have that discipline, that's a little different, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. And it's amazing how these kids are getting younger and younger, and just the talent they have and just the maturity they have driving a race car. I mean, we've been in them a long time. I've been doing this a long time, and it just seems like it gets younger and younger, and it just amazes me on how they can catch on so quickly and be so professional about it. It's really cool.
Well, Nick Yeoman, it appears as though these guys are settling in at the halfway point to a little bit of a race pace. Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser separating themselves a little bit, running a clean line down that long back straightaway.
Yeah, just noticed about the last couple laps, Ed Jones has maybe pulled out a couple car lengths on Jack Harvey. Spencer Piggott sits comfortably in third. Still, that best battle on the racetrack is for fourth. Hargrove not able to stretch that lead over Kyle Kaiser. And then a little bit further back, it's Juan Pedrohita and Scott Anderson.
Well, Zach Beach, we talked a little bit earlier about the frustration that Chilton and Sorrells feel. On the other hand, what's the euphoria like at coming right out of the gate and getting a win like you did a year ago?
It's something that really lifts you up, and it sets the tone for your entire season. We always talk about how momentum starts to flow here, and once guys get their first win here, it just continues, and they win more in the season. Ed Jones is going to be a strong contender, nonetheless, because he's coming from Europe. He's got a lot of experience in different cars, and it just coming in here, having a good weekend, just sets the team up, and I think we're going to see him out front a lot this year.
Jake, I typically set up for turn 10 for the Verizon IndyCar Series, or we're here in the booth and right here along this long front straightaway. I don't think people fully appreciate the view that you have. As you mentioned, you're 12 stories up, but talk about how technical that portion of the course is. You don't get the chance to go flat out much by what you're calling there.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, if there's any opportunity where you can lay into it a little bit, it would be here, but you better not get very comfortable at that speed, because that right-hander turn number 4 comes quickly. And then very shortly after that, as you had mentioned, you got to go around Pioneer Park, that lefty that is turn number 5. But it is a great portion for walking for pedestrians and spectators here at the racetrack. As they walk up and down, they can get a feel for it, they can get a look at it. The cars come past, and people are captivated surely by the speed, not only, of course, the Verizon IndyCar Series, but also in these Indy Lights cars presented by Cooper Tires. Down to pit road now. Dave first with a guy who knows his way around this track, you would see.
Yeah, we're just here with Connor Daly, who is among us all, kind of watching these new chassis and seeing how they play out, but he's also interested to see how his old team, Team Carlin, is doing. He drove for Trevor Carlin back in 2011 in GP3, and I think these guys show up. They mean business, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you go over to Trevor's factory in England, it's like a Formula One factory, and they do a great job. I always told Trevor back in 2011 that he's got to come to America at some point, and sure enough, he always said it's in the works, and here he is. So they're doing a great job. It's a great group of people.
You're not surprised at all about the performance here this weekend?
No, I mean they do everything, but I mean all these teams are good teams in Indy Lights, and this new car, everyone's on their game, and Carlin, it's great to have an international team come over here and race against the best over here. So great group of people there for sure, and I think it's going to be an extremely competitive Indy Lights championship without a doubt all year.
Here's the thing. I mean, they're thinking maybe IndyCar Series next year, at least in a couple of years. Boy, Katie bar the door when that happens,
Yeah, exactly. I think Trevor definitely wants to have an IndyCar, and I think they've got the means to do it. So it'd be great for the sport in general to have another IndyCar team, and got to start out in Indy Lights. They're doing it the right way, so it's really respectable, and I'm excited to see the future for these guys.
Great seeing you.
Thanks, man.
Connor Daly, among the interested parties here in St. Petersburg, again, drove for Trevor Carlin back in 2011, and like a lot of us, he is amazed by what this team is doing, particularly one Ed Jones.
18 laps complete of the 30 that we are scheduled to run today, and Jones continues to set the pace. He's checking out a bit on Jack Harvey. Pickett, Hargrove, Kaiser, your top 5. As we mentioned, this is all part of the Mazda Road to Indy. USF 2000 and Pro Mazda kicking off their seasons this weekend as well, Rob Howden.
You know, Mark, we had a couple of American winners today in the lower rungs of the Mazda Road to Indy. USF 2000 started with the Colorado driver Jake Henson, who I'm standing with here.
Absolutely. It's always important to come out, in the first race and try to do your absolute best. To come out with qualifying on pole and then winning race 1, couldn't really ask for much more. I got to thank the team, Paps Racing. They did a lot to make sure we're where we are right now. So, my hat's off to them. And, hopefully we'll just get a repeat tomorrow.
It's a doubleheader. Can you come back and do it again tomorrow?
If we did today, I'm sure we can do it tomorrow. So hopefully we can.
Let's move over real quickly here to the driver who won today in Pro Mazda, his first ever Pro Mazda victory. Neil Alberico, you came through USF 2000. You're coming up the Mazda Road to Indy. Your first win in Pro Mazda today. You must be over the moon right now.
Yeah, it's an absolute perfect start to the season with a pole this morning and then a win this afternoon. A big testament to Cape Motorsports, Wayne Taylor Racing guys, and Rising Star Racing, everyone that's put me on the grid. The off-season work has paid off, and this win is definitely for them, so we just got to keep our momentum up for tomorrow.
Seeing as you have tomorrow, is this a case of you trying to temper your emotion a little bit, not get too overwhelmed right now? Obviously, a win is huge for you to get the season off. Such a great start.
Zach, you made an observation while we were listening to Rob Howden and Dave First with their interviews about the line that Ed Jones is taking around the circuit.
Yeah, usually it's just kind of monitoring the guys here and seeing the different lines that they do. That's a driver, and you just kind of study everyone. Ed Jones here, normally you want to use every bit of the track. You're on every line right out to the concrete walls, and he's doing really good times, but he's running kind of a conservative line. He's not really pushing out to the entries of the walls, pushing out to the exits where you're just kind of barely grazing by the concrete walls. So, he's fully in control of the car. He seems really comfortable with it, and maybe that's why he's so fast. Maybe that's the thing you got to do in these new cars.
Well, Zach, we're seeing something unfold before our very eyes that was very, very similar to the past couple of seasons. Again, as we said, you start on pole, you usually finish P1. So what makes it so difficult to pass? I know the course doesn't give you a lot of opportunities, but what about this car, maybe?
A lot of it's usually just these cars where, like I said before, the race is a little bit short, so you don't have much strategy going into kind of fuel consumption or tires. It's just, push right from the get-go as much as you can. And these guys, it's just you get up there, you get that dirty air behind other cars, and it makes it difficult. I know they're trying to add push to pass to make the racing more interesting, but right now I think Ed Jones is just the man to beat.
It looks like Brabham is making his way back onto pit road. It's been a long day for Matt, long day for Shelby Blackstock, and an even longer day for Chilton and Sorrellis. They brought out the lone caution, and Davey, with 9 laps remaining, doesn't look like anybody has anything right now for Mr. Jones.
No, if Harvey had it, I think he'd be showing it right now at this point. Like you say, with 9 laps to go, and he's got a 3.2-second lead over Harvey. So right now, and as Zach said, he's really not using that track up, which is always a good thing. On an oval, we say, make the circle smaller by running the bottom of the racetrack as much as you can, and that's kind of what he's doing here. He's just really conservative. But he has complete control of the car, and obviously it's working really well.
So, Zach, what can guys like Pickett, Hargrove, Kaiser, Pedrahita, what can they learn from over the last 8 laps of this? Clearly, they don't have a shot to win, but what can they learn?
Right, if they're in the position where they're comfortable, they don't have to worry about somebody behind. You can treat these last couple laps like a bit of a practice session. Try something that's not super crazy or super out of the norm. If it's going to make you a little faster in the day, or adjust your bars just to see little things that you might not have got around to adjusting in practice, and also learn from the other guys. There's been countless times I went out and followed Gabby or vice versa, and you see something that they're doing that you're not, and you can take that back and study overnight to be stronger on Sunday.
Rob Howden.
Little interesting development down here, guys. Matthew Brabham just put on Sticker Cooper tires in pit lane. Remember, he had the issues early on in the race. You got to be thinking he could be going for a fast lap here to try to move himself further up the field for tomorrow's race. Remember, qualifying for race number 2 set by whichever is faster, your qualifying lap or your fast lap in the race. So obviously a little strategy going on here for the team over there at Andretti.
That's interesting, Mark. I mean, it's all about starting position, as we said right now. And if Brabham, obviously he's not going to win this race. So putting some sticker tires on, going out and trying to lay a lap down with a lot of rubber on the racetrack, and it may not be a bad strategy.
And that's very familiar from my time with Andretti Autosport and Indy Lights last year, because it goes off of last year for us. It was your 2 quickest times in qualifying unless your race lap was quicker than qualifying. So if we ever got in trouble during the race, say lost a front wing, our plan was always to gap ourselves on the track, put on a new set of tires when you're low on fuel, and go out there and use the ripped up rubbered-in track to set up time.
Nick, you've seen the leader go by. Harvey just now going by, then Piggott, Hargrove and company.
Yeah, and it looks like Scott Hargrove might be pushing harder than just about anybody. He's kind of separated himself from Kyle Kaiser. It was a pretty good battle for a good 5 or 6 laps for 4th. He's setting his sights for Spencer Piggott, but pretty clean sailing here with all the ships here in St. Petersburg for that front 5, Mark.
24 of 30 laps complete now, and Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser your top 5. Pedrahita, Anderson, Ringel, and Anderson. Blackstock completes the top 10, but again, a couple of laps down there. Brabham also a couple of laps down, and the lone caution of the day, Chilton and Sorales. Davey, thoughts and impressions of this new car now that we're 24 laps or so in?
Just from the visual and being able to watch the first race, I think the biggest thing is the cars, they just look faster. I mean, it looks like the corner speeds up a little bit. I think it gives them a better concept and idea of what the Indy car is going to be like. They have paddle shifts, as we talked before. They're turbocharged cars. So, but I think the cars look better. I think they look more, more racy on the racetrack. And I think that, good thing with the weekend having a second race, Mark, the guys that aren't winning, and, like everybody but Jones, is going to go work on these cars and find out what it's going to take to make them go just that bit faster for tomorrow. So I just think it's a real race car. I think that it's some excitement. There's been a lot of controversy over whether enough teams would buy the new car, whether they'd have enough. But I tell you what, this is a proper racing car, as we say, and Dillard does such a great job, obviously, building race cars, and I think we're going to see nothing but more competition as the year goes on.
Zach, have you shut the door totally, even with the design of this new car? I mean, is your focus totally on the Verizon IndyCar Series?
This new car is definitely very inviting for me. Like I said before, it is a new car, so you're going to be starting over in a little bit. So as far as the learning experience goes, I think there's still a lot of knowledge left in Indy Lights with the new car being. And I was saying before, my focus right now is definitely getting into the Verizon IndyCar Series and trying to find that sponsorship for it. But needless to say, that's not saying that I wouldn't consider maybe running the Freedom 100 or a couple one-offs in Indy Lights just to get out and play with these guys, because watching from the booth is definitely very hard right now after seeing how much fun they are having out there.
Well, Davey, Jack Harvey told us last year that the design of this new chassis and engine package had changed the thinking in the past. A lot of guys were either one and done or tops they were 2, but now it might make sense. It might make sense to go ahead and do that second year in Lights.
And one thing about this Indy Lights series, you're never bigger than a series, right? I mean, no matter how much experience or how many times you've won, I always think it would be healthy for IndyCar drivers to be in Indy Lights and run some races just to help grow the sport and grow the series, and the fans could say, hey, he's in Indy Lights today, he's in IndyCar tomorrow. I think that's always a good thing, and we don't see much of that, but I don't think anybody's too big for the sport, so it's always good to see, whether it's veterans or experienced guys or guys that have won or rookies all in these series. And I'd love to see Zach in one, or, there's a lot of Connor Daly. We just talked to him. It'd be cool to see Connor in one of these cars as well.
Jake Query, we think the battle for 6th is not yet solved. The red machine of Juan Pedrahita trying to hold off the 77 of Scott Anderson.
Anderson taking a real hard look at Pedrahita right now. As a matter of fact, only about a car length and a half. The difference as they work their way now out of turn number 5, those two really running by their lonesomes on this track.
Now, Nick, last year it was Scott Anderson that ran for Fan Force United, and Tice Carlson was willing to be patient with Scott, and we saw him get racy at times, especially the second half of the season.
And he's trying to chase down that championship-winning entry number 5 for Belardi Auto Racing. About a car length and a half as they exit turn number 10. Anderson swung it all the way out to the wall as they race towards the airport.
Well, Davey, the impact and the effect that they hoped it would have, it has had on Matthew Brabham, because he just went out and set fast lap of the race on those sticker tires.
Yeah, there you go. And I don't know what that compared to this qualifying or how that works exactly, the format of it, but they did what they proved that they wanted to do, is put some new tires out, go set fast lap of the race, and then just see where it stacks them up for tomorrow's race.
27 of 30 laps are complete here. It's Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser. What's Jones's mindset right now? You were in this very position a year ago, Zach.
Right now, he just has to be smart, be consistent, be smooth. You don't want to make any mistakes after working so hard to get yourself in the position that he is right now. I don't see he has too much pressure from behind. He's just got to no mistakes, hit his marks, just be calm, and just ride to the finish and celebrate it.
Well, Nick Yeoman, and momentarily it may look like one car is coming at you, but it is in fact two. That battle for sixth continues between Pedrahita and Anderson.
Yeah, both cars make that bend around the stadium and set up for turn number 10. A little more aggressive, Juan Pedrahita through turn number 10. He threw it all the way to the outside of the wall, nearly caught the tire barriers, but Anderson is there, Mark, as they set up for the final corner. About a car length or a half the difference.
They were pretty close to that Pioneer Park portion of the course, but it looked like once they cleared that, got a little straightaway speed. It looks like that number 5 car of Pedrahita is just a little faster than Anderson. We see them working their way through turn number 1. There's the red machine, the number 5 of Pedrahita, leading Anderson to 77. Now, this is where Anderson really started to close, Jake, last time by.
He did indeed. As a matter of fact, that gap now probably has doubled. It was that close last time by, but again, it closes up again. Turn number 4, then through turn 5. That 4-5 stretch is where Anderson closes that gap to 2 car lengths.
We'll let Nick finish this one, then we'll get ready to call the final lap of the race and see if Jones can hold off Jack Harvey and company. So, Nick, it's Pedrahita and Anderson, the battle for 6 now in front of the Mahaffey Theater.
That is what is up for stakes. It is 6th place. Juan Pedrahita stretched out about 2 or 3 car lengths. Both drivers will get lightly on the brakes and quickly back on the accelerator. Anderson nearly touched the wall exiting turn number 10. Pedrahita holds him off as they set up for the final corner.
Eddie Jones is in a different area code, Jake Query. He comes off of turn number 1 and into your view.
Seems like he's halfway to Tampa. He makes that right-handed turn number 4. Already that left-handed turn number 5. And then finally that second place machine of Harvey comes into view. Ed Jones in his initial race here, Mark. If he's going to win number 1, he's well on his way.
Pretty impressive run for him and Carlin Racing all throughout the course of this weekend. Things not going well for Chilton, but so far Ed Jones is in the driver's seat, in the catbird seat. He's P1 here at St. Pete.
Yeah, no need to tell each other fairy tales. Mr. Jones is the real deal. Ed Jones poised for victory, Mark, as he sets up for the final corner. We're about to have a new winner in Indy Lights.
He does climb on the binders. He takes a very comfortable swing at the exit of that turn. The car washes out a little bit. He comes down the long straightaway. There's the white flag. The timing and scoring loop a little off here by 1 lap. So Jack Harvey, for one, is glad that it's going to go the full distance instead of us ending at a lap early, Davey Hamilton.
Well, it says 30, but the white flag says there's 1 more. So
yeah, all of that buildup. So we'll give him 1 more, in fact. Jones, Harvey, Piggott, Hargrove, and Kaiser, your top 5. And Zach, been a pretty impressive run by that 11 car today.
For sure. I mean, things are going so smooth right now for him. And like I said before, he just needs to stay calm, concentrated on it, and just enjoy the ride. Because when you have those days that you're going to win with no pressure behind and you really don't have to push as hard as you have to for the last couple laps, those are the days that you remember, because that's a job well done. And hopefully soon to be congrats to Carlin and Ed Jones for coming over to a new series, a new continent, and just really showing us that they're here to stay and they're here for serious fun.
But Jack Harvey hopeful that if this thing comes down to podium finishes again at the end of the season, perhaps he could look back at this second place finish on this day and see this is the day that clinched the championship for him. Piggott, it looks like, is going to hold on to 3rd, then Hargrove, then Kaiser, Pedrahita, Anderson, Ringel, Anderson, and Blackstock, your top 10. Off the final turn for the final time. Twin checkers out. And Ed Jones goes to victory lane on the streets of St. Petersburg. And Davey Hamilton, Carlin Racing, letting Velarde, Andretti, Schmidt all know, hey, boys, we're here too.
Yeah, we're here too. And I guess one thing is they're all equals, really. Even though Schmidt and Andretti and Velarde, those guys have won race and they've been the guys to beat. But this is a brand new car, as we said, so they came over at a good time, right? They're not competing against the teams that had the old car and the car of the past and had a lot of knowledge with it. So, man, what a way to break into the
But one thing's for sure, all these guys, Velarde, Schmidt, and Andretti, they're going to be even more hungry now after seeing Carlin come out here and have a little bit of a dominating win. So I think we're in for a very exciting season. Once these guys figure out these cars a little bit more, the drivers get comfortable. I think Indy Lights is going to put on the show that it always has, and that's one that's fun to watch.
So Pedrahita, that race that we were calling earlier, he's able to hold off Scott Anderson. So Pedrahita finishes 6th, Anderson is 7th, Ringel 8th, Anderson 9th, Blackstock is 10th. So Trevor Carlin gets to go to victory lane in his first venture into the Indy Lights Day, first year with it.
Yeah, here with Trevor Carlin. Welcome to the Indy Lights Series.
No, it's fantastic. What a way to start. Incredible. Couldn't ask for better. It would have been nice if Max had been there as well, but, there you go. You can't have everything.
To make this commitment to come over here and to go P1 in practice, P1 in qualifying, and now to win for the first time in this, what does this mean to you and for this team?
Well, it's an amazing feeling, really, because the guys have, 3 months ago, this team didn't exist, so we've had to work really, really hard. The mechanics, the engineers, I'm really proud of them. A great bunch of guys. We've had a great fun since we've been here. We've been made to feel very welcome, and I'm very pleased, very happy, especially happy for Ed as well.
It's always fun when you win.
It's always fun when you win, but it's fun when you're competitive and you're racing against good guys, and that's what we're here to do. We don't expect to win every race, but when we do, we celebrate.
You guys are working hard, spinning all day, all night. You guys aren't leaving until 10:30 at night to get these cars ready to go.
Yeah, that's an early night for us. It cuts down on our bar time. That's the trouble.
All right, Ed Jones drives by. Go congratulate him and have fun tonight.
Thank you very much.
Trevor Carlin, winning car owner, as Ed Jones makes his way to victory lane.
Davey, we had an issue at the start of lap number 2 involving Chilton and Sorales, but I got to tell you, all in all, this was a pretty impressive performance by a new set of drivers and a new engine chassis package.
Well, the exciting thing about it is that we got it in. It's under our belt. They all learned. They all know what the car, what we can expect of the car right now, what they can expect of the car. These teams are now going to go to work. I mean, they're just going to make them better and better, but still, I mean, it's so impressive for Jones and Carlin to come over here their first time, both rookies, at the very first race and be able to pull off a win like that.
Zach, I know racers want to race. How did you feel about doubleheader weekends when you had them in Indy Lights?
For me, I guess I was one of the kind of old school guys. I love the thought of a single header event, where you have all that time to focus on Friday, then you have it to focus on qualifying and then the race. But when you think about it logically from a budget standpoint, an experience standpoint, and learning, that's what pulled me around to doubleheaders. And I think they're very important for this Indy Lights series to have it because you're getting so much more track time. And, it's not so much practice time is what makes you a better driver. It's that race time. It's that running with guys wheel to wheel and trying to figure out how to get around them that makes you the best driver at the end of the day. And I think, it's a smart decision for them.
We have seen it here oftentimes over the years, and he joins a long, long list talking about Ed Jones, a winner in his first ever venture in the Indy Lights. He's in victory lane with Rob Houghton.
Ed, you couldn't ask for much more coming over here for your first Indy Lights race. Get the job done on the pole. You jump out to the lead. You hold off a restart. Congratulations, win number 1.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an amazing feeling. The teams throughout the weekend haven't done anything wrong. The car's been perfect for the race. It was a bit tricky towards the end as the rear tyres went off. I had a massive moment around the back at one stage, and I thought once I had that, I thought it was over. I thought I was in the wall, but managed to keep hold of it and just keep pushing. Quite consistent times throughout the middle of the race. And, did the job in the end, so we look forward to tomorrow's race.
What about making this car any better? Do you have any ideas already of what you want to do, what you want the car to feel like?
Yeah, of course, there's always things you can improve, but talk about that with the engineers and progress from there.
Great to have you here in America. Congratulations on race win number 1.
Okay, thank you.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, your winner today, Ed Jones.
Day first.
Here with Jack Harvey, who comes home second as he seeks the congratulations. The boys from Carlin are coming over and giving him a handshake. Oh, that was interesting, wasn't it?
I had a good start. Managed to get past Max on the way into turn 1. Not sure what happened after that because I pretty much just had the blue machine in front of me, just trying to chase him down as best I could. I was pushing as hard as I could and Ed was pulling away, and he drove a great race, didn't hit the walls, kept it clean and just pulled away. So Carlin definitely set the bar high for us, but that's part of the challenge to try and get after them. I've raced with them before. I know what a great team they are. I won the British Formula 3 Championship with them, so hoping to beat them this year. So solid effort from everyone at St. Petersburg Motorsport today. Just got to try and push to get one place better tomorrow.
I was going to say, when Carlin shows up, they mean business, and certainly they did here this afternoon.
They've had a perfect weekend so far. It's just down to us to try and break that tomorrow.
Another shot at it tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Jack Harvey comes home second here in St. Pete. Mark James.
Well, Zach Veets, the rookie stripes are off in the broadcast booth for you. Nice job. Glad you were able to join us today. Can we have you back tomorrow?
Yeah, hey, I'd love to. I really appreciate the offer coming here and letting me see how you guys do things here. And hey, I love talking racing and just being around it. So, this was a lot of fun spinning it with you guys. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure covering you for the last couple of years as a racer, and it's a joy to have you in the booth. But We hope that in the not-too-distant future you're going to get that helmet on. Until that happens, you're welcome in the booth anytime. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
I appreciate that.
Davey, all in all, great show today put on by these young drivers and new cars.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think, you know what, we're going to have a great race again tomorrow. I mean, we have these 13 cars, but, you know, the next race, and as they come, there's going to be more and more cars, more drivers, and more excitement, so it's good.
The Verizon IndyCar Series qualifying coming up, Davey. All Roger Penske did to strengthen his team in the offseason was add Simon Pagenaud. 4 of the top 5 in points from a year ago. They had 3 of the top 4 in qualifying today, including 1, 2, and 3. Montoya, no slouch. He's 5th. Everybody looking up at Roger right now?
Yeah, when you got 4 of the top 5, I don't think there's so many problems over there right now. You know, so things are good. It seems right now, too, that Chevrolet really has a handle on things. I think they're 3 out of the top 14 or 15. So, you know, the Honda guys, looks like the Honda guys have a little bit of work to do.
Welcome back to the booth.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
We'll be back in here with Paul Page. Jake and I will be out on the turns with Nick Yeoman and Dave First on pit road. That comes your way at 4:10 Eastern. For the whole crew, congratulations to Ed Jones, winner of the first half of the doubleheader weekend for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires. I'm Mark James. So long for now from the streets of St. Petersburg.
Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
And history is matched as the twin checkered flags come out for our second four-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, Al Unser. Roberto Guerrero comes across the line, finishing 4.4 seconds back. The Penske team scores another victory. Al Unser has won the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
A.J. Foyt now coming down to the white line in turn number 2. He looks kind of happy as he goes through 2 onto the backstretch, and in just a second he'll be up to Chuck Marlowe on his final lap. Roger Howdy, and he has the backstretch all to himself. Here he comes, A.J. Foyt, number 1, entering up toward that northeast turn. The big wave to all the fans. He's in the northeast, and Mikey Hurt.
We got him here. People waving their hands, waving to him, and he waves back as he takes the turn number 3. One more turn to go to Jim Shelton.
And he's in this turn right now. White car, big gold number 1, a happy A.J. There you have what looks like our winner, and I don't think he can miss now. He has about half a straightaway to go, and here's Sid Collins.
Well, nothing should happen now, and here comes the car, the Sheraton Thompson Special, the checkered flag for A.J. Foyt. With the right hand up in the air, waving to the crowd, the winner of the 1964 500-mile race.
And there the checkered flag waving, and Mario Rose is the winner. Rose is the winner of the 31st running of the Indianapolis 500-mile Motor Speedway Classic.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Hello, hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Check.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his fourth.
Call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They look for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe pulls away. Howard tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fueler will engage the hose and the 4 tire changers will go to work. Marco has charged to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third, then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front 5 in the turn number 3, Mark James.
Not sure on restarts that up front is the place to be because of what happens with a slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti, then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front 5 set sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft Carpenter going into 1.
And Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He made one number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the backstretch for the final time.
And Elio makes the move 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all left in the tank? A couple of turns to go. Ryan Hunter Ray leads Indy.
Turn number 800 is upon us. Less than a car length is the difference. The final turn. Hunter Ray to call the finish. The voice of the 500, Paul Page.
And it is Ryan Hunter Ray that is going to lead Elio Castroneves across the line. Ryan Hunter Ray has his first Indianapolis 500-mile race win. Elio Castroneves will have to wait for another year to get his 4th victory at the Indy 500.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Hello, hello, hello.
Starts to close into the back of Mansell. So John Andretti, who will drive 2 races in one day, is having one incredible drive here this morning. John Andretti strong, trying to run down the line. Nigel Mansell, a very quiet month. And look here, they almost go 3 wide. Now they get down into single file. And Robbie Gordon now running strong. He had some handling problems early, but Robbie moving up through the field.
As they head through 4, the big battle right now, Boycel clears traffic and gets through very safely. And everyone, again, making it through 4 as they head toward 1 and Jerry Baker.
Well, Mansell's found some running room all by his lonesome. Now we were watching Eddie Cheever. Man, he appears to be really flying out there. Oh, we got a bad crash in 1. 2 cars are gathered in. We've got a quick flash fire. It is out. Cars dive to the inside. One of the cars up against the outside wall dodges the crash. They are side by side just as we come out of number 1.
Less than half a lap ago. Gordy Johncock by 5 car lengths over Rick Mears. They're in the north short chute. Here they come. This is the final quarter lap. Johncock maintains the lead. The voice of the 500, Paul Page. Who's going to win it?
Gordon Johncock off the 4th turn. Mears is right behind him. Johncock. Mears makes a try. Johncock wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Gordon Johncock has won his second 500. Rick Mears comes across in second place, almost side by side. And you should see the celebration that is taking place at the Patrick Racing pit. An incredible celebration now as they run down toward victory lane. What a finish.
Let's see what happens with the 68.
He's going to climb
the fence. He is out of the car, and Helio Castroneves climbs the fence in the front straight.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
The lead is down to 2.5 car lengths. Helio Castroneves looking for 2 in a row. Paul Tracy has him in his sights.
Oh, the qualifying struggle for Team Green, but boy, Paul Tracy looking good right now. And Greg's back in 2 as Tracy tries to make the pass in the North Denny head toward Princeton area. Action is on the speedway.
And Paul Tracy has made the pass. He's gotten around Castroneves. Mikey, head your way.
Paul Tracy will take the yellow flag. It looks like he will win the Indianapolis 500 as the yellow and white are displayed.
Yes, we can see him now, and he's right down to that white line on this lap, too, as he streaks through here, right up onto the back stretch, and in just a second or so, Bernie Herman should be able to see.
Okay, Howard, here comes Parnelli now, the Torrance man from California. White helmet, blue visor, and I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy guy. And down to you, Mikey Hurt.
Okay, Bernie, we've got it. Here comes Parnelli. Shows he's fast as he gets around me here by Roger McCluskey. McCluskey spins there in the corner. Hold it. We've got one car going around and he's sideways. The same spot that Eddie Sachs was. McCluskey right there. He's okay. He's sitting in his car. The cars are coming around and we'll follow. See if it's all right. They're all going on the inside. McCluskey halfway through the turn, sideways, the exact same spot where Eddie Sachs was just a few minutes ago. Now they're running under the yellow flag. Jones went around it a moment ago. McCluskey passed him on the
And there's the checkered flag for Parnelli Jones, the winner of the 1963 500-mile race.
As they come onto the main stretch, it's Mario Andretti being chased by Danny Sullivan. Sullivan darts out, pulls alongside Mario Andretti. It's a drag race down the main stretch. Can Sullivan pull Andretti into the first turn? Ron Carroll.
It is Danny Sullivan gets him. Danny Sullivan gets him down. No, he's twirling. No, he's spinning. Danny Sullivan spins, but he goes around twice and gathers it.
Absolutely incredible. Danny Sullivan spun in front of Mario Andretti, gathered the car back up and continues on, and Sullivan only fell back to second place. Larry Henry, they're coming to you.
Well, this is reminiscent of Roberto Guerrero a year ago with Roberto Guerrero spun and kept going. Here comes Mario Andretti now. Here's Danny Sullivan after that spin. He'll have to change tires, but what a job of driving by the man from Louisville, Kentucky, Danny Sullivan.
Absolutely unbelievable. Danny Sullivan got past Andretti in the short chute and then lost control of it. And he spun the car completely, but he caught it, regained control, and continued on.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. From the Firestone broadcast booth, it's time for the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Live from St. Petersburg, Florida, we are set to go Verizon P1 qualifying for the first time this season. And let's introduce the voice of the IMS Radio Network. It's Paul Page.
And welcome to St. Petersburg, where the Florida sunshine is down on this track. It is warm. Yesterday we had a bit of rain. That is totally out of the picture for today's qualifying and race day for the Verizon IndyCars. Alongside me is Davey Hamilton. Out on the course, Mark Janes and Jake Query. And, of course, in the pits we will have Dave First and, as always, Nick Yeoman. We'll be back right after this.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Oh, man, it couldn't be any better to start the season for the Verizon IndyCars, and so much going on. Brand new aero kits. You can now clearly tell the difference between Chevrolet and Honda. Two entirely different designs, and we are about to see for the very first time how these kits really perform. Not the practice performance, but how they perform when we're going fast. Let's go first to Dave First.
And standing alongside Helio Castroneves, who's kind of bouncing around, stretching out. There's a lot of nervous energy before something like this, right?
Yeah, just getting ready. The weather is awesome right now. Obviously, it's a little bit of a cooler than yesterday, but the sun kind of like compensate that coolness. And no, it's exciting. I can't wait, to be honest, to start going out there. I just have to wait a few more minutes. But at this point, the Hitachi cars seem to be in a great shape. And now let's watch the first session here.
There's a certain amount of anxiety about the first qualifying session of the season, isn't there?
Well, it's always like you want to find out. Nobody ever tried yet the red tires, so you want to know a little bit of how the car is going to respond and see how many laps the guy can do that, things like that. So those are the things that first session of the year, basically, of qualifying, you want to check it out. But in the end of the day, like I said, Team Penske is doing a phenomenal job. They did a great job during the off-season, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens, because you threw in another element in all of this. You've got the primary blacks, the alternate reds. I'm assuming you guys haven't run on reds yet.
No, so far, nobody that I know. Maybe there's somebody out there, but no, I don't think anybody were able to try the reds yet. So it's something completely different. It's always been like that, but at least when you're during the season and the end of the season, you have some type of knowledge what's going on. But this is going to be the first one, and so you might see a lot of cars that maybe with the blacks didn't work it out, with the reds jumping ahead, and that could be a big surprise.
We'll sit and watch with the rest of you.
Yeah, that's right.
Helio Castroneves, who spoke, by the way, about the conditions this afternoon. 68 degrees here in Florida. Track temperature of 111. Beautiful conditions to qualify here on the streets of St. Pete. Nick Yeoman?
While Helio bounces around and gets ready for qualifying, we'll catch up with his teammate Will Power, the defending Verizon IndyCar Series champion. That probably doesn't get old hearing that title of champion of this series, does it?
Definitely not. It's we're in a new year here, so very focused on starting it the right way, trying to get a pole position here.
This is always one of my favorite sessions of the entire year because nobody's had a chance to test on these alternate reds with these new aero kits. I know you're kind of guessing, but what do you expect here?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, obviously we got history on our side as far as running them last year and all the years that we've run them. We've got a lot more downforce now. We expect pretty significant gain in lap time. It's just a question of what it does to the balance of the car. We don't know.
All right, that's Will Power. Paul, you hear the engines in the background. Group 1 heading out on the racetrack as the Penske teammates will watch, scheduled to go out in Group 2.
2.2 liters twin turbo engine, the Verizon IndyCars to the course. Now, they do this in 2 different groups to begin with. Each group is 12. They've divided the field in half. The first group is on the track now. That is Stefano Coletti, Tony Kanaan, Takuma Sato, Graham Rahal, Francesco Draconi, Luca Filippi, Simon Pagno, Simona Di Silvestro, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Jack Hawksworth, Joseph Newgarden, and Charlie Kimball. Out of that group, 6 will advance. Then the second group The second half of the field will come out, and we'll pull 6 out of that. That will create the fast 12, and then out of that, we will pull with another session the 6 that make the front rows and certainly the pole position. Now, Davey Hamilton, we're talking about the aero kits. Going to take a second or two. I was kind of surprised that everybody rolled out right away. What are you thinking on these aero kits?
Well, it's different, right? I mean, we're going to find out. Obviously, the cars are much faster, Paul. I mean, they definitely have gained speed. They're blowing the track records away. You can just physically look at every car and just see how much more downforce they're going to be generating. So speeds will be up, no question about it. Track records will be broke today. I would guess the slowest guy in the field breaks last year's track record, honestly. I mean, I would be surprised to see that. But one thing that we see different than last year, and probably the first race, new aero kits, not knowing what the red tires are going to do, is everybody went out right off the bat. A lot of times people sit, wait around during these sessions, wait till they just have a few laps to go, but not today, man. They're all out there after it.
Well, we'll keep an eye on all of these cars as they make the move. Right now, heading through 10, that is the 28 car, the DHL car of our reigning Indy 500 champion, Ryan Hunter-Reay. So we're going to pick him up as he just comes off 11 now, heads down through 12, and makes that turn that will bring him eventually back to the front straightaway and across the start-finish line. Ryan Hunter-Reay now on the front stretch, and he puts a lap in. He is the quickest thus far. They're giving us the situation in speed and time. Ryan Hunter-Reay speed right at 100 miles an hour, 100.277. Time 104.620. We're expecting those to climb right away. Jake Query.
Ryan Hunter-Reay goes just past me through turn number 4, then a left-hander that is turn number 5. Behind him, about 15 car lengths or so, is Tony Kanaan. Those two already around Park in St. Petersburg, Florida.
And right now, Ryan Hunter-Reay works through turn 8, the backside of the race course. Tight, tricky back there. Now passing 9, and Mark James can pick him up.
Just slides past the Mahaffey Theater in front of the Dolly Museum. Narrowly misses that outside retaining wall once he clears the apex of the turn. Tony Kanaan is in tow, and Paul, that was funny. Before this flyer, if you will, all of these drivers use this as kind of a staging area from 9, 9A to turn 10. They climbed on the binders, let the car in front of them gap a little bit, and everybody, I think, has an opportunity to get a pretty good lap or two in here.
It looks like Simona Di Silvestro has been the first one to actually get the car a little bit off course, but just a little bit, able to get the car turned back around and is back into the fight. So as the times begin to show, again, we've seen times in the 1:01 range. In fact, about 14 of them in the last practice session were down in that area. Takuma Sato sat on the pole here last year with a 1:04.738. So we're just rocketing right through that.
Yeah, right
Nick?
through that. And some varying strategies I've noticed down here on pit lane. The majority of the field went out on the primary black tires, and a lot of those drivers have come back onto pit lane. Tony Kanaan, Ryan Hunter-Reay, among others, that have now switched to the alternate reds. Joseph Newgarden, though, has not. He started out on the alternate reds, so that 67 car should be putting in some quick laps as we speak, Paul.
Okay, so Davey Hamilton, they have the different tires available. How, you as an owner, and you certainly have been and are an owner, what are you going to do with your car on this first session?
Well, I think that the wise thing to do is you go out on the blacks, what you've been testing all day. Nobody's had reds on before, but they're giving you the option to come back in, get the reds on, and usually the reds are faster. It's a softer tire. They should be faster, but one thing they could do is change the balance of your car to where, it could have a huge understeer, or it has a bit of an oversteer, you can't accelerate quicker. Who knows? Usually they're faster, but not always, so I'm anxious to see how much faster these guys go with the reds than they do with the blacks, if any at all.
Now, of the group that can transfer, that's the fastest 6 right now. Joseph Newgarden is quick with 1:02.19, followed by Sato, and then Di Silvestro, then Charlie Kimball, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and Tony Kanaan. Those are the quick 6 at this moment. Di Silvestro has come into the pits. She took a couple laps after that off course, but we'll see if they're just putting the tire change up or if they need to look at the race car.
I think that she just ran off. I bet she's coming in, get some huge reds on, and she'll be right back out. And I expect, she's had some quick laps this weekend. We'll just see what she could do in qualifying. By the way, it's good to see her back. I mean, it's good to see her back in the IndyCar. She tried to go over and do some Formula One last year. Unfortunately, she just got through testing. She got to test the car, but not race the car. But boy, it's good to see her back in the seat. And I have to say, these cars, the MyJack car of Graham Rahal going by right now, they just look so different. I mean, they almost look like spaceships. There's so many elements on these wings, especially on the Honda cars, and it's just, they're wild to look at for sure.
We're now 5 minutes, actually 6 minutes. We just crossed over that threshold of this 10-minute session, and it is Graham Rahal that is trying to get into the top 6. On the bump right now is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Ryan Hunter-Reay with a 1:03.32. Tony Kanaan goes to the top of the order. Kanaan, a 1:02.18. That's going to push Ryan Hunter-Reay out of the top 6. Defending Indy 500 champion is going to have to do some driving now.
Well, he will. Don't worry. You know who I'm watching? Simon Pagenaud, right? He's 12th out of 12 right now. But I don't expect that to last for long. If the final warm-up, Penske had 4 of the top 5, I think Simon was second quick. I do think some of these guys are still sitting in the pits. They're just kind of waiting it out to where they really get their lap in. I bet you Simon's sitting there with some fresh red tires on, getting ready to fire it off. And so that top 6 will turn around.
Simon Pagenaud, 12th position, but as you said, the Penske juggernaut was really all over it. All Chevy-powered cars, of course. But Tony Kanaan is still the guy up at the top of the order. It's Kanaan, Newgarden, Rahal, Sato, DeSilvestro, and Kimball. And we're counting down with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go.
And, Paul, one interesting thing here as I look down over First Street, which is, of course, that straightaway heading into turn number 4. Everybody, as we would expect at this point in this session, that is out on those softer compound red tires there, the Firestone Firehawks. But the other thing that we see here, also to be expected, everybody goes ahead and fractures themselves out so that they can get a little bit of breathing room to try to lay down that hot lap once they get those tires, those red tires, right to the condition where they want them. So right now it does not appear as though anybody is going to have any sort of an impediment in front of them from a competitor that's slowing them up.
Everybody waiting and anticipating for the presence of Simon Pagenaud. We've already had some changes at the top. Graham Rahal just went quick, followed by Jack Hawksworth, now driving for A.J. Foyt. Tony Kanaan is third. Stefano Coletti just moved into third, pushing Tony Kanaan down. Joseph Newgarden is fifth. Simon Pagenaud is now sixth in a constantly changing scenario.
Yeah, first lap for Simon Pagenaud, right? He jumped to the top 6. He's in 7th now, but usually your first lap's not your quickest lap, so I'm waiting for another good lap. And by the way, Sato, he was 4th quick in the overall practice this morning. He's in P8 right now.
Pagenaud, number one. Look at that. 2 laps. 1 minute 30 seconds left to go. Pagenaud goes out and runs quickest with a 1:01.33, and then Sato gets around him. And now Ryan Hunter-Reay moves around Pagenaud and into second. Again, constant changing with 1 minute 15 left to go.
2 more. Basically, guys can get a lot of them depending where they're on the track. That means 2 more laps. So we'll just see, see Sato. What a good job with that A.J. Foyt car. A Honda on top, which we haven't really seen the Honda power really, show its face yet. Right now, we got Honda 1 and 2, actually.
1 minute to go. Graham Rahal is the guy on the bump. Tony Kanaan is down in 9th place, but we're expecting a quick lap to be completed now. But we're talking Kanaan goes second quick. We're talking with 45 seconds left to go.
Oh, Sato goes off in turn 4. No damage. I think he may have got going again, actually. But I think, no yellow. As long as it doesn't cause a yellow, I think the time stays. So I think right now Sato's still good with that 1:01.337. So he's looking really good right now. Kanaan, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Pagenaud. How about Charlie Kimball looking good in that 83 car in the 5th spot, and the Graham Rahal round out the top 6 right now.
18 seconds left to go in the first group, and the top 6, they will transfer, and then we'll bring the second group out. Ryan Hunter-Reay is back in the fight. It's Sato, Kanaan, Hunter-Reay, Newgarden, Pagenaud, and now DeSilvestro jumps in. She is 6th. Charlie Kimball is pushed out. The checkered flag comes out now. The session has come to an end. We wait for the cars to run through because they can run to the checkered flag now, those that are completing their lap. But that's kind of what we expected to see. Constant change is what makes this particular form of qualifying so very, very exciting.
How about that? I think a lot of guys. I think the checker flag actually comes out, Paul, before before the pits, so they have to come in. I think so. I think it's over. I think everybody, for sure, everybody's crossed. Right. So it stands. How about Takuma Sato, Honda Power Takuma? You got Kanaan in second, Simon Pagenaud, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Joseph Newgarden, and Simone Di Silvestro round out the top 6. Unfortunately, Kimball, Rahal, Coletti, Luca, Jack Hawksworth, and Francisco are out.
So we have seen our first session complete, and report comes in now that there may have been a touch in turn 10 with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Mark, could you see that?
No, but honestly, that wall juts out a little bit at the exit of turn number 10, and we saw the 28 machine go through, and sometimes, Paul, it's a little difficult to tell when they actually touch and when the rear end of the car just steps out on them. If he touched it, he didn't touch it much, but then again, you don't have to touch it much to disrupt a good lap.
Well, we're taking a look at Graham Rahal, who seems to be a little upset. Yeah. I wonder what that conversation is about. He's out of the car in the pits and talking to some of his team members.
Not happy. Well, he doesn't look happy at all by to talk to the engineer. And it looked like he did get into the wall just so slight. I don't know if he touched it or got really close to it, but he's been running hard and he's just disappointed because he's been fast all weekend. And obviously something didn't go their way, and he wants to be in that top 6. That's the bottom line.
Well, and a guy who won his very first Verizon IndyCar race right here at this track, this is a pretty significant place for him. He'd like to perform well, but I got to tell you, the look of incredulity that he is showing right now as he talks with his people is like, what happened? What went wrong?
Yeah, what went wrong? And we'll get with Graham and find out. And like I say, he's been top of the charts, looking really good. Could have been in that top 12 actually pretty easy. And if you look at the times, he didn't miss it by much. By the way, you look at 6th and 7th. Well, 6th, 7th, and 8th actually in that session were all in the 101.5s, all 3 of them. So the 2 people that didn't make it, including Graham, he just barely missed it.
Let me give you what the second group will look like. It will be Will Power, Juan Montoya, Elio Castroneves, James Hinchcliffe, James Jakes, Sage Karam, Scott Dixon, Sebastian Bourdais, Carlos Huertas, Carlos Munoz, Marco Andretti, and Gabby Chavez. That will be the second group when we go, and it will be, again, a 10-minute session. And, again, you will take the top 6 of that session. And, as usual, with the start of a season, so many hopes there. Now we begin to write on the page that is the 2015 season, and already we see one very disappointed driver in the person of Graham Rahal. We see Takuma Sato right where he was at this time last year, because remember, he was the pole sitter last year, but considerably faster. He was a 1:04.7 last year. Right now he sits with a 1:01.3, and of course he can improve on that as he goes through these different sessions.
Yeah, and how about this? As far as parity, we always want the IndyCar series to be no difference between a Honda and a Chevrolet. We want them to be equal. And right now it's 3 and 3 in the top 6. So you got 3 Hondas, 3 Chevrolets, so you can't beat that, Paul. It's
level playing field, you're saying?
Yeah, very much so. Even though the craziest body kits I think I've ever seen on any kind of race car.
They are weird.
They are crazy. I mean, it doesn't even look like race. It looks more like spaceships. And how different the Honda is to the Chevrolet, a completely different look. But when it comes to track times right now, it's looking pretty good.
Man, Honda's got, maybe certainly 3, maybe 9 different wings up on the nose.
There's plenty. I know that. I don't know if I count. I mean, I think there's over almost 50 pieces.
Don't do math in public.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But they are. Their appearance is excellent, and the cars are absolutely different. Now, one of the issues, though, Davey Hamilton, is the fact that these parts have just come in. They've only been out about 2.5 weeks. So the spares aren't necessarily there yet. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, you're going to, with the body work that we have now, it's going to take a full-time guy just to have spare body work. There's a lot of work to them, a lot of pieces involved with it. And, as you said, some of them don't have spare body work and pieces and parts. So if something is to happen, they may be going down pit lane to borrow some stuff.
What was going on with Graham Rahal? Here's Dave.
Yeah, engines are fired up, so I'm going to see if I can grab Graham Rahal here for a couple of comments. You were very upset when you climbed out. What exactly happened during qualifying here?
Well, I mean, we put ourselves out there first, and, kind of the track was pretty dirty after the stadium super trucks before us. And, it was only a lap ahead or so, but it's enough to hurt the tire. At the end, the tires were gone already. So, we got to improve anyway. I was sliding around quite a bit, using all the road I could, but there's just not enough time.
So disappointing. You guys had a great test at Barber, coming in here pretty quick as well. Obviously, you got a lot of work ahead of you now tomorrow.
I'm more than frustrated, but it's what it is, and we're kind of unfortunately, we're kind of used to being in this position on Sundays, so we're going to have to just fight hard tomorrow. Hopefully got a good car underneath us, keep the tires underneath us, and going to have to get a little luck.
Hang in there. All right, Graham Rahal will start towards the back of the field tomorrow here in this Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
You worked so hard over the long off season trying to get everything ready, and then just the tiniest of things, as Graham just mentioned, can have the effect. Well, Will Power is the guy to watch now, and unlike the first session where they held back on Simon Pagenaud, they put Will right out on the track. The Penske team's got him, Castroneves, and Montoya all rolling.
Well, I think what may happen is they may go out, just get comfortable with the track, make sure they have a good feel for the car, come in, put reds on, and then just hang out until the end. Wait till that track gets at its very best. Like we just heard from Graham Rahal, he went out first when the track was dirty. Wasn't, the Indy Lights were on there with a Cooper tire. The Super Trucks were on there of Robbie Gordon's, a different compound yet. So now the track is getting better as they go.
Nick, Charlie Kimball, he found himself sitting out as well.
Yeah, and to Davey's point, I just noticed just about everybody that went out has gone out on black, so we should see him here in a couple laps coming to switch to reds. Charlie Kimball, less than 3/100ths of a second. That's all it was from making it and not missing it in the first round. How frustrating is that here to start the season?
It's really tough. All the guys have worked really hard all winter, and to miss it by that much, and it was in the car, I just didn't quite get it, so... We'll look at it overnight. We always race strong. The 83 crew, they never give up, and all the guys at Chip Ganassi Racing, it's that mentality through and through. But we'll figure it out overnight. We'll make the car better, and we'll be ready to go racing tomorrow.
Missed it by that much, Paul Page. Charlie Kimball, he'll roll off in row 7 tomorrow.
Will Power on lap now into turn 1. His last lap at 1:03.78 comes into the view of Jake Query. Will Power in that oh-so-familiar Verizon paint scheme, car number 12, as he comes now out of turn number 3. Here comes Will Power all by his lonesome. Takes the outside line into turn number 4. Not a problem at all. Has that car very close to the inside line. Little bit squirrely out of turn number 5, but Will Power now around Pioneer Park. And Will Power moving the backside of the course. A couple of right-handers for him. And then just that quickly, Will Power is through turn 8. Looking for turn 9 right now. He makes that the halfway point in that straightaway they call 9A. Mark Janes can see him.
He's already by me into turn number 11, Paul, sliding underneath that Verizon crossover bridge. His teammate Elio Castroneves sporting the Hitachi scheme this weekend. Then the number 9 of Scott Dixon. Then the 2 of Juan Montoya. And then a little bit farther back, the number 27 machine of Marco Andretti.
6 minutes and 50 seconds now gone in this 10-minute session as we see the Hitachi car head into the pits. Apparently that's going to be a tire change. Sebastian Bourdais, he jumps up to number 1, a 1:01.832. By the way, early in the session, but none of those times close to what Takuma Sato did in the first session. But again, very early on. Will Power is second. Juan Montoya is third. Scott Dixon is now fourth. Elio Castroneves is fifth. And Marco Andretti, who has been struggling this entire weekend, is sitting sixth now with a 1:02.813.
Now we'll find out, right? You got Will Power for sure that was out there on blacks. Elio Castroneves for sure. I've seen those two cars on blacks, and they're already in the top 6. So now we're going to put the reds on. We'll see what really happens.
So as they come back to the course one by one, making their stop, change of tires, when we see something as complex as the front end of, well, both the Chevrolet and the Honda, but the Honda coming at you, it looks like there's wings all over the place. How much adjustment, though, do the crews actually have with those wings?
Yeah, there's a lot of adjustment. There's a lot of pieces and parts and aero pieces that you can take off, that you can add on. I would have to think at this track, Paul, that they are all on for all the maximum downforce they can get, but then you still have to have balance. Maybe you have too much front grip and not enough rear, so you may take a little bit off the front. But right now, I think these guys are pretty much locked down and getting all they can out of it.
Marco Andretti comes onto the pit road to make his changes now, and let's go to Nick.
And the changing of the tires has begun. Rookie Sage Karam just peeled out of pit lane. They've gone from the black to the red tires. That car you hear in the background, that is Sebastian Bourdais. He has switched from the blacks to the reds. And then, as you mentioned, Marco Andretti, just about the last driver to make his way onto pit lane, and he will put on those softer compound alternate red tires as well.
There's no question that Sebastian Bourdais, right now number 1 in this session, knows this track. Throughout the different iterations of race cars and the track configuration, this track has pretty much remained at 1.8 miles, but there have been changes in the track, minor ones at that, but a lot of changes in the cars. So if you look at the totality of open-wheel racing at this track,
The record actually belongs to Sebastian Bourdais, set back in 2003. That was a 1:00.928, but that was an entirely different race car.
Yeah, and series actually at that time. So, what is a real track record, right? I have to say in the IndyCar series that they have it here right now, but there has been cars going around this speedway quicker, but it was a different series and a different configuration, so slightly though.
Well, and you'd say though that something new is starting here with the cars right now, another configuration.
Yeah, we just finished watching the Indy Lights race, and with a brand new car for the first time, and even though these chassis, it's the third year on these chassis, it's the first year on these body kits, so it's pretty exciting that or actually the fourth year on these chassis, but the first year, so it's like all new for everybody. It's going to take different setups. It's going to take different driving styles. So it's exciting. I can't wait for the race tomorrow as well.
3 minutes and 46 seconds left to go in the second group of the first phase. Again, 6 will come out of this group and will join the 6 that are already determined to become the Fast 12. The group right now is Bourdais, Will Power, Montoya, Dixon, Castroneves, and Marco Andretti. No changes there. But again, now they're coming up to speed after their tire change.
Yeah, they're coming. I mean, matter of fact, Bourdais, he's laying it down right now. So I expect that time to even drop a little bit more. If the reds are on, they're fresh. He's going for it. We'll see if he can drop it down, but I expect he will.
So we're keeping a close eye on those timers because now it's getting pretty critical. Again, the timing, Davey pointed it out, happens just before the pit entrance down in what is not quite a hairpin, but certainly a very tight corner. And Bourdais is out on the course, and he remains number 1. Will Power remains number 2. There are now 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. And in front of Jake Query, here's Bourdais.
Sebastian Bourdais, also Simon Pagenaud. Pagenaud has about 20 car lengths before you finally get to that familiar. See, go around turn number 5. Oftentimes they get a little bit loose. That's because there's essentially that curbing on the right-hand side. If the right-hand side of the car catches it, then suddenly the car gets a little bit irritable. Sebastian Bourdais now, Mark Janes, coming into your view.
Bourdais is one of those guys you were talking about, those records, Paul. He wants them to be all-inclusive because it gives him 32 wins instead of the 31 that he enjoyed at CART. He is going into the final turn now. Sebastian Bourdais on a run here on the streets of St. Petersburg.
Well, if he's going to want to be at the top of that order, he's going to start to pedal faster now because both Montoya and Scott Dixon got past him. It's now Montoya, Dixon, Bourdais, Power, James Jakes, and Hinchcliffe just comes around Jakes, moves into 5th. Jakes is now 6th. It's Gabby Chavez, the Indy Lights champion, who is trying to get into this field.
And
there goes Elio to the top.
Yeah, how about there? Elio right to the top. Hinchcliffe's out now because Carlos Munoz, he fights his way to the top 5.
So now with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go in this session, the second group of the first phase, it is Castroneves, Montoya, Dixon, Bourdais, Munoz, and Will Power. Will Power at a 1:01.7. Is that just fast enough to get into this thing, or doesn't he really want to lay down some big numbers right now?
I think that's I think that's really close because the first session, usually the second session is as they go get faster. The 6 quick in the first session was a 1:01.5. Right now it's a 1:01.7 in the second group. I'd feel a little more comfortable as I was in that 5 or maybe even 4 bracket, but how much time? 52 seconds left. Still have some time, and matter of fact, there he goes.
Will Power goes number 1. Will Power. 1:00.83. First time we've seen it down in the 1 minute flat range, with now 37 seconds left to go in this session. Will Power is 1, followed by Castroneves, then Montoya, then Dixon, then Bourdais, and Munoz. Hinchcliffe is trying to get in. And the report is we have
Marco
one car
Andretti
off the course. That's Marco Andretti. He went off in 4, but he got back on. Is that right, Jake?
Actually, I believe it was not Marco Andretti in turn number 4. I believe, actually, as I'm looking at it, not sure if that was perhaps Chavez, but whoever it was simply missed, quickly did the spin around and got back in. So no problems and not holding up anybody here in 4.
3, 2, 1. This session is now ended. And we know the next 6 who will move in. It will be Will Power, Elio Castroneves,
Montoya, Dixon, Bourdais, and Munoz, but Hinchcliffe is still on the race course.
Yeah, I don't think he can cross it. I think that he's already by the actual start-finish line, and the checker comes out outside at turn 13, so I think he's done. I don't think they can complete their lap at this point, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. I mean, maybe he made it by in time. We'll find out, but I think it's done, which would put Hinchcliffe just out one. Oh, my goodness. I think it's over. And right now, how about this? Penske, 1, 2, 3. Scott Dixon, Bourdais, all Chevrolets in the top 5. And Carlos Munoz, the only Honda in the top 6.
And we were wondering, and you especially, Davey Hamilton, about these sessions. Would they sit and wait as they have in the past? But no, they hustled right out there. They had things to learn.
Well, and I think the one thing they're allowed to do is you get to go out on your blacks. You know, when this first started, you had to choose which tire you were going to go out on, and then you had to stick with it. So, and you tried to make a big guessing game. So,
hey, we just see a change. Marco Andretti made it into this field. He jumped into 5th. That put Munoz out.
Yeah, it sure did. Matter of fact, that was a late change because he didn't cross the start. Oh, you know what? Timing line is back going into turn 13.
Yeah.
I apologize about that. So, yeah, I think everybody's in at this point. So, wow, what a run for Marco Andretti fighting his way in that top 5, which now means top 6, all Chevrolet.
Yep. And Marco, who had been struggling all weekend with that car, he started getting some speed during the third practice session. They really only had 2 because the second session is scheduled for the afternoon yesterday. That was rained out.
You know, they're showing a picture of Marco Andretti in his car, and look how hard he's breathing. I mean, this kid's in really good shape. He works out all the time. I mean, he tweets every day how far he ran and how he works out. And look at him huffing and puffing. This is not easy, guys. I mean, he laid it out of the line. He gave it everything he had. And this, if you don't think this is a physical sport, man, just go drive a go-kart somewhere sometime and just try that, much less going as fast as these guys are.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that these guys aren't athletes. I never want to hear that.
Let me tell you, Marco he's in excellent shape. I mean, he works out as much or more than anybody out there, and just seeing how much it takes out of you just to lay it out, hang it out. I mean, they're hanging these cars out on every corner, every single lap, just trying to get the most out of it.
All right, here are the 12 that will become the Fast 12 now and head for the course in just a few minutes. Takuma Sato, Tony Kanaan, Simon Pagenaud, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Joseph Newgarden, Simona Di Silvestro, Will Power, Elio Castroneves, Juan Montoya, Scott Dixon, Marco Andretti, and Sebastian Bourdais. And the time is pretty impressive as how they have come in the 1:01 section. You're looking at it a little bit, Davey. What do you?
Well, all cars, all 12 cars in the number 2 session were in the 101s, and there was only 2 cars in the first session that were not in the 101s. So pretty impressive how fast these guys are going.
The only guys who weren't were Jack Hawksworth, new to AJ Foyt, and Francesco Dracone, who's one of our rookies this year.
That's right, exactly right.
So, wow. Let's go down and see what's going on with Carlos Munoz. Here's Nick.
Boy, and a frustrated young man. I just saw him shake his head. Carlos, you were in that Fast 6. Your teammate bumps you out in the last second, and you look spent after that qualifying session. How physically demanding was that?
That was okay. You know, I just a little bit frustrated. I couldn't go in the next phase. It's everything really close here in IndyCar, so you have to put everything together. It's a shame. You know, tomorrow's a long race. We'll see what happens.
First time on those alternate red tires. How big of a difference was it?
Yeah, first time in over a lot of months. You know, for sure the red tires always help everything, make it easier, everything. But you know, it's for everyone in the same tire. The car reacts pretty well to it, so that's a good point for tomorrow.
Carlos Munoz was in that 6, Paul, and he was already out of the race car when Marco Andretti crossed across the timing line and knocked him out. Tough break for that young driver.
It sure is. Carlos Munoz will now go off on number 14, the 14th position, when we start this race tomorrow afternoon. Well, what have we learned from it, Davey Hamilton? We've learned, one, that they go out right away. They get those blacks. They go over to the reds. They go faster on the reds, and they go very fast. This whole new aero kit design on the road course and the street circuit iteration of those kits, they're working pretty well, I'd say.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the compatibility of both cars and these teams seem pretty good. And one thing I've noticed is Del Coyne, unfortunately, got his deal put together really, really late. He didn't get in on any testing, and so he just shows up. And he is so close. I mean, he's not that far off. He ran Carlos ran a 1:01.9 to, that's not that far off. But they're at the back. His cars will start last and second to last tomorrow. but that little bit of testing makes so much difference. Even though there's not a lot of time there, it's so competitive right now that you got to test. You got to take every advantage you can to compete in the series. And unfortunately, Dell just he has good people. We've seen him win. It's great when we see Dell win, and he has that opportunity again. But man, missing practice this winter is really
really had to hurt.
Yeah.
Still, a good manager knows how to put his team together and make it work, doesn't he? Well, we're looking right now at the road racing kits, the Aero kits. There's also a super speedway kit that will come out, and we won't see that until we get to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, anxious to see it as well. I mean,
see it, not even use it.
Yeah, right. We see some renderings, and so hopefully, oh wow, track record that did break Bourdonnais' track record. That's amazing. So that is officially a track record right now, no matter what long time.
Who would have thought?
Will Power. That's amazing. And now, they may go out on some fresh reds and even go faster yet with rubber down. But yeah, the Aero kits, we've seen some renderings for the super speedways. The first time we'll see them, like you say, is at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and I'm anxious. I mean, we're anxious to see some speedway type kits to see what they'll do to make sure that it stays equal, and so I'm anxious.
Sounds to me like the reason to also make every practice day when the speedway opens.
Oh, I just seen a little replay of last year, the road race at Speedway. Don't forget about that too. 2 races again at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the month of May. It's going to be exciting.
One thing you were looking at was the start of the Grand Prix of Indianapolis, which of course had an incident right on the start. And this year there are no standing starts in the Verizon IndyCar Series, so at least they'll be to the rolling start, which I like. I mean, I think that says who we are. That's who we've always been.
Yeah, we are. That's exactly who we are. I mean, I almost got talked into that standing start, but then again, I wasn't driving them. So no, I think that's who we are, and I think it's good for everybody. And these guys are true professionals, and I think we can put it on just as exciting, if not better, and I think a lot safer start doing it rolling.
Well, they've just given them the 3-minute warning to head out for the practice or the qualifying session that is upcoming, the Fast 12. Let's go to Dave first.
James Hinchcliffe, another driver not advancing to Q2 here this afternoon at St. Pete. Tell us about your qualifying run. How much did things change from the earlier session until now?
Honestly, not a ton. The track's a bit warmer, but that's pretty normal for this time of day. And gutted to not get the Aero car into Q2. The times are close, and I think we were in the stouter of the 2 groups, but that's just excuses. We got to work a little bit harder and get ourselves in a better position, I think, for tomorrow. But it's a long race. We save a set of reds compared to everybody that goes further than this, so that can always be a huge advantage come Sunday. And we'll put our heads down and try and outsmart them.
A lot of guys are chasing it right now, and women for that matter. But why? Is it the Aero kit? What is it right now?
Yeah, I mean that's the first time we've driven on the Firestone Reds with this kit. So we're all kind of learning a little bit and. Yeah, it's just going to take a bit of time, I guess. But if you look at, look how close the times are, it's not going to take much. I don't think we're far off, car setup-wise. We just got to find a little bit, and then we should be right there. I'm pretty confident we can do that. Warm-up will tell us a lot for tomorrow. Obviously, degradation on the tires is going to be a big part of the race strategy and how to manage that. That extra set of reds might come into play, so it might not be too bad.
So much to chew on tonight.
Absolutely, a lot to chew on from the last couple of days.
That's James Hinchcliffe. Nick Yeoman?
So we'll talk to Case Sage Karam making his debut here, the IndyCar Series, as far as on the road and street circuits. I know a lot of learning still to do. How frustrating is it, though, to not advance out of round 1?
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. That was the expectation for me, is just to go to the next round. So, but it's a good car. It's the first time I ever drove red, so it's a learning experience for me. And every lap, I felt like I was getting better and better, and I was starting to brake later and later, actually. But I was just starting to lose the tire a little bit. So, I think that's one of the things the rookies are going to face here this weekend is that, we've never drove red tires before, so we got to learn them. And, we're going to go to the next race, hopefully, and have a better understanding for it and, be able to qualify better. The GE LED car, Chip Ganassi Racing, it's a pretty good car right now. I think we have a good race car, and I think we can definitely race our way up towards the front.
All right, it is a good-looking race car indeed. Rookie Sage Karam going to have to come from the back of the pack ball page.
Well, rookies learn things, and Sage Karam learned something during the test at Barber. He got into the barrier and didn't let go of the steering wheel. And so he's driving with a
bad wrist.
Yeah, he was very fortunate that it was a bad accident. I mean, Armco coming through the cockpit.
They're going to put new barrier up as a result.
Yeah,
of
it could have been very, very bad. I actually talked to his father last night, and he does have a broken wrist, so he's actually out here driving with a broken wrist. But when you're a kid at his age and really wanting to come out and race Indy cars, yeah, you're Superman. But I'm glad to see he's okay. I mean, that's the most important thing, and really glad to see that Chip Ganassi has given him opportunity to give his, give it a chance. Give it it's fulfilling his goal, his dreams, and so he's with a great, great team, and hopefully he can really produce.
The Fast 12 are on the circuit now. 9 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this session. We know where the others will start. We'll give you that list, starting with position 13, which will be Charlie Kimball. Carlos Munoz will start 14th. 15th will be Graham Rahal. James Hinchcliffe, 16th. 17th, Stefano Coletti. 18th, Sage Karam. 19th will be Luca Felipe. 20th will be James Jakes. Jack Hawksworth will start 21st. Gabby Chavez will start in the 22nd position. Francesco Dracconi in the 23rd. And Carlos Huertas in the 24th position. Now we're going to determine a little further in the field. There are 12 on the course, and we're going to see some times come in shortly. Will Power, Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Tony Kanaan, Simona Di Silvestro, Marco Andretti, Joseph Newgarden, Takuma Sato, Simon Pagenaud, Juan Montoya, and Sebastian Bourdais. And Bourdais going to have to pedal if he wants to get his track record back, because it was broken during that last session.
It's amazing, not just a track record, but the all-time, even with the champ.
I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah,
I have to tell you, I wouldn't have thought.
So I think that goes to show you how much downforce these cars and these aero kits have in today, and how good they really are. Like I said before, Dallara is such a great race car, and Honda and Chevrolet have done their homework to make it more grip and faster yet. And obviously, these engines are performing flawlessly, and it's going to be great show.
Well, let's pick up Will Power. He is on the front stretch now, just goes across the start-finish line. That first turn is a sweeper into the right, and then turn 2 comes up immediately after that, bringing them just a little bit back to the left. And there's a bit of a kink before they get to turn 3 and come into the view of Jake Query.
Will Power now already working his way in through turn number 4. You wait a while, and then it's that white and black trimmed Hitachi machine of Elio Castroneves. Looks very similar to car number 1 of Will Power. Then Dixon and Hunter-Reay. One thing that's going to take a little bit of time to get used to, and that's that familiar Penske truck rental paint scheme that no longer belongs now to Elio Castroneves, but being manned this weekend by their newest teammate, Simon Pagenaud.
The champion Will Power with Elio Castroneves in tow. Those two have separated themselves a bit from Dixon. Ryan Hunter-Reay now trying to track him down. Of course, doesn't want to track him down too mightily since this is a qualifying run. There goes the 27 machine. Simona Di Silvestro in the 25 machine. The 67 of Joseph Newgarden. Paul, I might add, we're at the corner where you intersect Dan Weldon Way. And my friend, I hope to be able to keep my focus throughout the course of this race tomorrow. There are palm trees, the beautiful deep blue harbor, and a lot of nice-looking yachts off in the distance.
Yeah, nice-looking yachts with, as we've said before, nice-looking people. Already some guys have come back in looking for their new tires. At the moment, it's Joseph Newgarden. Well, just changes. Sebastian Bourdais goes quick. That's a 1:01.9, so there's plenty to find. And then it's Joseph Newgarden in second place. Nick?
Yeah, just about everybody here to pit lane, Paul. I saw Elio Castroneves, Will Power. We saw the Target Chip Ganassi teammates of Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan. That was Sebastian Bourdais, who just buzzed by. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Joseph Newgarden, all making their way onto pit lane as we speak to change to those red tires.
When they go to reds, they're softer, therefore theoretically faster, but it's just a tire. It would just change. Why does it change everything else on the car?
Well, a lot of times what happens is that if the fronts give just a little bit more grip than the rears or vice versa, then it could change the balance just that little bit more. And another thing, under braking, you can brake later. So when you brake later, it can change the balance of the car under braking. There's just a lot of things that go with a softer tire. You would think it's just softer, you can go faster no matter what. But if you remember last year and even the year before, sometimes they actually went slower on the red tires because the grip went away so quickly you couldn't even get a full lap in before they started going off. And a lot of times they had understeer where the rears are wider tire. They had more grip than the front ones did just because they were wider, more of a contact patch to the racetrack. So You wouldn't think it would change much, but sometimes it sure does.
Well, now with more downforce, it's getting a little harder to turn these cars. Are we talking power steering in the future?
Well, I don't know. We're going to find out when we go to places like Sonoma, going up the hill, that left-hander going up the hill, and even at a place like Mid-Ohio, where there's some places that the steering's really loaded hard. And Barber, that's going to be the first one. Barber, there's a compression turn that, man, the cars are so loaded through there. That's actually where Sage Karam went off and had his accident. That it's going to be interesting to see how tired these guys get.
4 minutes and 34 seconds left to go. Juan Montoya comes down the front stretch and goes over the line. We'll track Juan Montoya as he moves around this track. Sebastian Bourdais is still quick with a 1:01.9. Tracking, though, as we watch Montoya.
Montoya almost got slowed up just coming into view through turn 4 and into 5. Got slowed up just a little bit by, I believe that's the car of Jack Hawksworth, who was trying to get that distance. That's what happens here when they try to fracture. But Juan Montoya now trying to get on that flyer as he finds himself finally heading in towards turn 10.
Ryan Hunter-Ray goes past the Dowling Museum. He climbs on the binders in that canary yellow DHL machine. There's the aforementioned Juan Pablo Montoya. The car you were talking about, Jake, Hawksworth's teammate, the phone number 14 of Takuma Sato, works his way through 11 and 12. There goes Simona Di Silvestro in the 27 of Marco Andretti. So, Paul, in the final 4 minutes of this session, as they say, business is picking up.
3:30 left to go. Montoya on the lap that you guys called ran a 1:00.9. Tony Kanaan right behind a 1:01.53. And it looked like Pagenaud had a problem. We saw him slow on the race course, then come back up to speed. We'll keep an eye on Simon Pagenaud. He is currently 9th. On the bump, that is Marco Andretti with Simona Di Silvestro trying to get into the top 6.
Well, we'll see. How about that? It's right now, there's over a half a second between Juan Montoya and Tony Kanaan, first and second. So what a lap that Juan laid down there. He might as well pull in. He's locked in to the top 6, I'll assure you.
The Ganassi teammates almost got wadded up in turn number 10 just moments ago, guys. Scott Dixon looking to get himself a little breathing room, pulled to the inside just past the corner. Tony Kanaan came in at full song, and Dixon was rolling slowly, and cat-like reflexes by TK. He jerked the wheel to the right just enough to avoid Dixon, and both continued on safely, but a very, very close call here in turn 10.
So Montoya is still quick. He's at a 1:00.9. Takuma Sato gets into the top 6. Helio Castroneves finally picks up some speed. He moves into the top, and Juan Montoya goes back to the top with Sebastian Bourdais right behind him. It's Montoya, then Bourdais, Castroneves, Kanaan, Pagenaud, and Joseph Newgarden is in the top 6. It's Takuma Sato trying to get in.
Montoya has Sato in front of him. Now, what he did the last 2 laps ago was let him get by and let that 14 ABC Supply Company get by to give himself that breathing room, because I think Montoya realized he might get hung up a little bit. Meanwhile, Sato, Mark, coming into your view with Montoya behind him.
Yeah, we see the 14 ABC Supply machine of Takuma Sato, a clean exit onto Dan Weldon Way. Juan Montoya's in tow. There's the 25 of Simona Di Silvestro. Her teammate, the Snapple machine of Marco Andretti. That's a brilliant livery, by the way, in terms of color scheme. Then Helio Castroneves. A little ways behind him, Paul, the 67 of Joseph Newgarden. He laid out a little bit before he entered turn 10, trying to buy some room to get one more quick lap under his belt.
1 minute and 13 seconds to go. Montoya, Bourdais, Castroneves, and Montoya still maintains top, but Simon Pagenaud moved into second. Bourdais down to third. Castroneves is fourth. Sato fifth. Will Power is sixth. So guys like Ryan Hunter-Ray and Marco Andretti are trying to get into this field. Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan as well. 53 seconds to go.
How about that? Sato's still in that 6th spot, pushing Ryan Hunter-Ray out, actually. So you got all the Penske cars in there. Bourdais and Sato are the other ones joining him right now.
And already Will Power has decided to bring it onto pit road. He does that after running a 1:00.65. So I think he says, okay, that's good enough for now. It's Power. Then Takuma Sato goes to second. Montoya drops to third. Pagenaud fourth. Bourdais is fifth. Castroneves is sixth. 23 seconds to go.
How about that? 3 cars in the 1 minute mark now. 3 cars have broke in. It's Power, Sato, and Montoya all under that 1 minute mark.
So
So the new track record's going to look something like a 1:00.65.
Oh, look at the whole field's doing it now. Look at that. There's only one car in the top 6 that's not in the minute range.
So Will Power, then Pagano, then Bourdais, then Sato, then Montoya, then Castroneves. The checkered flag is out. The session has come to an end. We'll wait until it runs out.
That's right.
Because last time,
Ryan Hunter-Reay coming around. He's about to cross where the timeline is. Just in a minute, we'll see if he can jump his way from 8th into that top 6 to transfer on.
Yeah, not currently in the top 6, and he's laying some numbers down. He just saw the checkered flag. He got it done. He did get it done. No,
he did not.
And he drops down. Yeah. Now it's Tony Kanaan that is 7th. He doesn't make it.
Yeah.
Ryan Hunter-Reay doesn't. Scott Dixon doesn't. Joseph Newgarden, Di Silvestro, and Marco Andretti.
Here comes Di Silvestro across the line.
Di Silvestro, is she going to have an opportunity
nope, she
here?
Didn't make it either.
Can't do it either.
There's one more coming. Marco Andretti crosses the line. No, still in 12th.
So here's the way it's going to look going into the Fast 6. Will Power, Simon Pagano, Sebastian Bourdais, Takuma Sato, Juan Montoya, and Helio Castroneves. Boy, that is a powerhouse alone, just talking those names right there.
Yeah, and I don't know, in front of you, Mark, was there some traffic jam between Kanaan and Pagano back there? Or what was going on? Could you see that?
It's kind of strange. Let's see what's going on here. It's a long time getting back. Of course, we mentioned he did have a quick
I don't know if
on.
he took a free lap or what happened there, yeah.
So, it'll be 10 more minutes. The final qualifying session, and then we'll find out who has the Verizon P1 award, the first pole of this year. And that's a big deal. That's an honor. And are we talking Will Power? Is he going to be the guy to start here with a pole, then a win, and then go on his way through a championship?
Yeah,
is that what we're predicting already?
But I'm having a hard enough time on Will Power. Just the number 1 is throwing me off, right? I haven't seen that. I'm so used to seeing the number 12 on Will Power's car, so I see that number 1, which is pretty cool that he's taken number 1. They don't always take that number if you're the champion, but
but are you one of those guys that thinks the number 1 might be unlucky?
No, I won a lot of races with number 1. I'm a number 1 guy. I like it.
So they will now regroup already in the pits. Cars like that of Ryan Hunter-Reay, they've got the front, the nose wing off of that car, so they're obviously looking at some stuff, maybe actually reaching in to get to the pedals.
Well, I think what they're doing is just taking it off. They'll put it up high on the car so it doesn't drag and to get it into pit lane. So I think it's a situation where they're just going to tow it into pit lane and they're done for the day. So
all the changes get made in the back.
All the changes go in the pits, yeah.
So we have got ourselves 6 guys: Power, Pagano, Bourdais, Sato, Montoya, and Castroneves that are now going to run for the pole. Back to the pits and Dave first.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on. There's now a review here on what happened on the waning moments of qualifying. The officials here at IndyCar went over to Tony Kanaan's pit and said, guys, hang on there. Don't let Tony out of the car. Because there's a review, he may get bumped back into this Firestone Fast 6. So hang tight here. This top 6 may not be set here this afternoon.
Well, and that's what I seen out there, Dave, and right in front of Mark Janes. It happened where something happened. I seen that Simon Pagano was going really slow. Kanaan was coming around. They still had time to get to the line. I didn't know if they were both going slow or if that impeded his lap. So they're going to look at the replays just to see what happened. But I did notice that, and so we'll see what happens.
Mark Janes, I know it's pretty busy out there, but it seems that what they're reviewing happened in your area. Anything that you saw?
It was just one of those situations. I saw the situation earlier between Dixon and Kanaan, where Dixon slowed up to the inside of the racetrack, and I think it spooked TK a little bit. Maybe it wasn't as close as I'd make it sound, but still a close call nonetheless. And then certainly, it slowed up a little bit by Simon Pagano. It looked as though that Simon Pagano was not on a qualifying lap, and it looked like TK certainly was. So a couple of incidents down here in Turn 10. And, Paul, when you and I have been together, we have seen over the course of this weekend both Turn 10 and Turn 4 has been somewhat of a trouble spot, and that's certainly no exception here in qualifying.
Yeah, those two have been the action points throughout the weekend. Dave, first, if you're still with us, got us caught up on that situation, which I assume is still under review. Do you have any more information? And Dave stepped off the headset for just a moment. So we're waiting to hear from
Paul.
IndyCar. There you are, buddy.
Yeah, sorry. I was just listening to the IndyCar official who just told the guys here, with Chip Ganassi that they reviewed it and they're not going to make a call, so the Firestone Fast 6 stands the way it is. Kanaan is the odd man out here this afternoon.
Had to have a little drama, though, didn't we, Dave?
Yeah, it's a little bit of drama. I seen something that went on over there, and we got to be careful. Just like, I'll assure you that you want to finish that lap and not impede anybody's lap whatsoever. So, obviously they looked at it. He didn't. So it's time for him to hop out. But boy, how close was he? He almost made it, but not quite. So he'll be starting 7th in tomorrow's event.
Kind of a disappointed Tony Kanaan has just climbed out of the car. An IndyCar official came by to give the final word to them and answer whatever questions they had as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's disappointed as well. He probably would like to talk and make sure what happened and hopefully it doesn't happen again to Tony. But he's still in a good starting spot. I mean, obviously he wants to run for the top 6, but he's in that 7th spot right now. He's in a good position for tomorrow's race. He's got a great team behind him, so I don't think we have much to worry about.
And so we now know the second group in this field, 7th through 12th. We gave you 13th through 24, so here is 7th, Tony Kanaan, 8th, Hunter Ray, Dixon is 9th, Newgarden is 10th, Di Silvestro 11th, and Marco Andretti is 12th.
But how often is it you don't see a Target Chip Ganassi car in the top 6? That's the surprising part, right? I mean, he was the fastest one. Scott Dixon 9th, and so they were close, but not having a Target Chip Ganassi car in the top 6 is we don't see that very often.
Nick, you've got Joseph Newgarden, who will start 10th.
Yeah, I saw Joseph sawing on that wheel, trying to get everything out of that Hartman Oil Chevrolet for this newly rebranded CFH Racing. You're going to start 10th tomorrow. Pleased with that? Happy with that? Disappointed? Where do you stand?
Well, I think I'm, relatively happy with it. You're on the front end of the grid there. There's 24 cars, so starting in the top 10's always strong around this place. This is generally a very difficult place on tires, so the further up you are to start, it's always better. We're going to have to look after them better tomorrow. I think we're kind of burning off our rears a little bit too quick. So in the morning warm-up, we're definitely going to have to try and maximize that and just make our tires live. It's such a long race, and you got to be able to make them live, because if you don't, then people keep on sneaking up behind you off this hairpin, and you just get dive bombing at turn 1. So, I think that's what we're working on now to try and maximize for tomorrow. But, as far as today, we struggled in the practice earlier, and I think we made a huge leap forward now, and now we're in the top 10. We just got to work our way a little bit more and try and get into the top 5 and hopefully challenge the top guys up front.
All right, it's a good-looking car for Joseph Newgarden in CFH Racing. He will not, though, advance into the Firestone Fast 6.
Yeah, and Ryan Hunter-Ray does not advance either. He 8th quick, so that's where he'll start come tomorrow when they run here on the streets of St. Pete. I'm sure you guys, Ryan, are a little disappointed, but considering maybe where you started this weekend, Andretti Autosport, you guys made a big run from yesterday to today.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's always great to be back in St. Pete. Thanks for all the fans coming out today. This is beautiful South Florida weather. Probably the last weekend we're going to be able to enjoy like this, so get the most of it. But we made quite a rebound today, fixed the car a bit, and it's super close, 1/10 of a second would have put us in the Fast 6. So we're just trying to keep it simple at the moment, looking for overall grip, whether that be mechanical or aero, working with these new aero kits, and we've got a shot at it tomorrow. I mean, we can win this thing from 8th. We just got to keep our head down.
Given the new aero kits, a lot of us wondered, hey, what the competition might be like. It looks like it's as close as ever.
Yeah, certainly the Chevys are stacked up at the front, but the Hondas are coming. So we're working through this thing, and we're gaining speed as we go. Nobody thought it was going to be easy. This is the beginning to a long road ahead. So these are the first few steps.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Ryan Hunter-Ray starts 8th tomorrow, Nick Yeoman.
His new teammate, Simone Di Silvestro, will start 11th. Back in IndyCar, back in this wild qualifying format. You make it out of round 1 and miss it into the Firestone Fast 6. Happy with your effort, though?
Yeah, it's okay for sure. I would have liked to be a little bit more up front, but being back in IndyCar definitely was a really busy week. We just tested a little bit in the beginning of the week, and getting just to work with everybody here in Andretti, it's been great. And I think to qualify where we are, it's okay for the race. So hopefully we can improve tomorrow.
What's the biggest thing that you've noticed in the race car that's changed from when you were last in a cockpit 2 years ago?
Well, definitely, the aero kit, it changes the car quite a bit, and I think that's the biggest thing. You have to change a little bit how you're driving and things like that, and even kind of understand what the car needs to be fast. So I think we're all kind of learning on that, and hopefully we'll make even more improvements tomorrow.
Glad to see you back.
Thank you.
That is Simona Di Silvestro, the Swiss missile. She'll start 11th tomorrow, Paul Page.
Well, and since you mentioned that she is Swiss, when you look at this 24-car field, there are 12 different nations represented in this starting field. So IndyCar is attracting people from everywhere. We're counting down now. It's going to be Will Power, Juan Montoya, Helio Castroneves, Sebastian Bourdais, Takuma Sato, and Simon Pagenaud as the green flag comes out. And we are underway with the Fast Six. Very soon we will know the pole sitter. We'll also know how far we're going to lower this track record, because there's still opportunity to knock it down a bit.
Well, I think, right now they won't have sticker reds. Most of these guys will be on scuffed reds for this last round. So more than I don't know that they'll get more out of them for this final round. A lot of times they want to get here, and then they just fight off this top six and fight out on scuffed reds. So don't know that they'll beat that time, but they could equal it.
And this time we're seeing a couple of the Penske cars hold off. It looks like Montoya and Will Power are going to wait a few minutes before they go. Is that maybe Carlos Munoz? No, it wouldn't be him. Down the pits there. We'll wait and find out. There's still one
Could
car
be Sato,
sitting there.
maybe Sato.
Not sure. It might be a car waiting waiting just to go back to the
How
garage
about
area.
Sato?
Pretty
by
long
the way?
look.
I think it is Sato, the ABC AJ Foyt car. And a little shout out to AJ. He had a tough winter, and he's unfortunately not here this weekend. But he'll be back with us. He's doing good. I was able to talk to him a few weeks back, and a guy we missed at the racetrack. But it's always good to see his cars, fight for the pole or the win.
And AJ says he will be back at the Indianapolis 500 for the entire month of May.
Yeah, well, he even says he may be back for a day somewhere, because you never know when he just may pop in. And this is his love. This is what he's done all of his entire life. And Larry Foyt's taking over the team, doing a great job. But we all miss AJ. Just happy that he made it through the difficulties he had this year medically, and he's rebounded. So that's good.
Here's one of the best signs for AJ. He's been out on his bulldozer.
Yeah, right.
So he's feeling better.
Yeah. Whenever that makes him a happy guy. I mean, I have stories about that bulldozer and doing a little bit of work on it with him back when I was driving for him. But like I said, we do miss him at the track. He's one of the all-time best, if not the. And him still having a team is pretty cool.
Helio Castroneves has just put down the first time a 101.51. Helio Castroneves is pretty much alone out on that race course right now. Let's go down the pits once again, and Nick.
Yeah, keeping my eye on the bright green and black. It's a fantastic-looking number 11 Hydroxy Cut and Mystic, the sponsor on that number 11 for KVSH. The driver, Sebastian Bourdais. He's got a pretty neat pit stall, Paul, because he's sitting in that cockpit, but every once in a while can lean his head to the left and look at one of the big video boards and watch Helio Castroneves, as you mentioned, the only car on the racetrack as of now. And just about everybody up and down pit lane will stay on those scuffed reds that they ran the second session in, Paul.
And I think that's probably the green car I was referring to way down the pits. It's the Hydroxy Cut car. Let's go to Dave first.
They had an opportunity to catch up with Tony Kanaan. Were you aware there at the end of what the ruling was and the fact you might have been able to go back in?
I mean, I wasn't aware until they told me, but yes, I was aware that something had happened.
What happened exactly? Did you hear?
It was a blocking situation between a couple guys.
No one ever blocks that. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's tough. Everybody's out there, and you look at how close this qualifying is. It's nobody blocks each other on purpose. Sometimes you're trying to get a gap. Sometimes you're just trying to cool off your tires. So, it was a great effort from us. I think we missed it by half a tenth to be in the Fast Six. So it would be an exciting race for the fans tomorrow.
You and Scott Dixon, your teammate, actually had a bit of a, I don't know, how you describe that in turn 10, you came around the corner and he's sitting there trying to gap the field a little bit. So.
That was what we were waiting for. But Scott got blocked by Simon, so basically there was a chain reaction, and it is what it is. I mean, sometimes it happens to you, sometimes you do it to other people, so we'll see.
You'll start 7th tomorrow. Feel pretty good about things?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're decent. We improved a lot from this morning. I still think we have a little bit of work to do. We don't have warm-up until noon tomorrow, so we have a lot of time to think about what we're going to do, and hopefully charge to the front tomorrow and give these fans their, a pretty good run in the race.
A noon warm-up means you can probably sleep in tomorrow if you want.
If the baby let me sleep in, the 2-month-old is in the bus, so we'll see how that goes.
You'll be up at 6 a.m. then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Tony Kanaan, by the way, new dad just a couple of months ago. Deco is the young man who is now, of course, spending some time in the motor coach with the Kanaan family.
And he's going to have a really cool dad when he gets a little bit older and realizes who his dad is. Tony Kanaan will go off in 7th place. Elio Castroneves is the only one who has taken to the course, the only one to put a time down. That time is a 1:01.22. Davey Hamilton. Everybody else is sitting now. The waiting game is on.
The waiting game is on, but the track, there's nobody out there, so the track's not getting any better or any worse, but it's going to be the same for everybody when they finally go. But like I said, they're on scuffed reds right now. They're just going to go out and they're going to lay a lap down, or a couple laps down. They should give themselves enough time for a couple laps for sure. And then it is what it is. The fastest, here goes one of them now. Who is that pulling out right now?
Looks like Montoya heading to the course.
Heading out.
I got to tell you, the anticipation in the crowd here in the booth is just, it's awesome as we wait for these cars to make it out to the circuit. Again, this format for qualifying is pretty spectacular. Simon Pagenaud, they've just pulled the starting equipment off of his car. He is under power. He heads for the course as well. Sebastian Bourdais is on the track as well. So now we're beginning to see some action, and we're going to get some real times coming down here in not too long.
Yeah,
4 minutes and 19 seconds.
I just tell you, to hold me in the pits when everybody's out there, it drives you crazy as a driver. You want to go. You just want to go. You want to go run as hard as you can and lay it down. But there is a strategy to it now. There's a lot of times guys miss that strategy and don't get a full lap in or get blocked or make one mistake on that lap they have, and it doesn't work out for them. But this is kind of the strategy that most of the teams take.
Well, Montoya is coming by, completing his first out of the pits lap. So he crosses the line right now, and the rest of the field seems to be on the course. We're going to see some times come in. The first will come from Montoya because he will be the first one to lay a timed lap down.
Well, we have Castroneves already.
He did that earlier.
Yeah, right. So he'll be exactly right. There's a couple guys they're rolling now. I mean, some guys are starting to pull out right now. As you said, Simon's on the track, so we got the Penske bunch is on the track right now.
Bourdais comes onto the front stretch. Simon Pagenaud just completing his first lap out, so next time around the times will come, and it's 3 minutes and 16 seconds left to go in the session. They wait, and then they go. It's cool.
So they're going to have like three laps, which is you just don't make a mistake at those 3 laps. And these guys are professionals. They've been out there, and they kind of know what they have right now. So they probably made some just minor changes if needed, and right now, Castroneves is hoping what he laid down is enough, and so far it is. Montoya one's exactly 1 second off. I was going to say, I looked at this little number, and they were almost the same.
Montoya just laid down a 1:02.22 to Castroneves' 1:01.2, 1 second difference.
Here we go, Bourdais getting ready to cross the line right now. Be the next guy in line.
Bourdais makes his move, comes off the final turn, past the airport control tower here because this is a general aviation airport, and Bourdais comes onto the front stretch. We're looking for a time for him. Elio Castroneves 1:01.2, Simon Pagenaud 1:01.7, Montoya he moves up, and Takuma Sato goes to a 1:01.2. Bourdais only managed a 1:03.6.
That's interesting with Sato, almost exact times between Castroneves and Sato, so we'll see if he has some more on his second lap.
But who is still waiting to lay down his first time? That would be Will Power. He's just done it. He goes into 5th place, a 1:02.8.
Wow. Then you got Montoya to 1.224. So first and second, 1:01.22s, and then third quick at 1:01.24. That's how close they are in this qualifying.
And a minute now and 41 seconds left to go. It's Castroneves, Sato, Montoya, Pagenaud, Will Power, and Sebastian Bourdais. One of those guys is going to be the pole sitter. There are only 6 left to figure the positions on.
Kanaan, Hunter Ray, these guys are watching just to see who they're going to be in what order they're going to be starting behind. So we'll see. Oh, Pagenaud to the top, 1:01.21. Man, look how close these times are. Just amazing.
This lap might be a quick one for Takuma Sato unless he lost a little bit too much grip when he climbed back into the throttle, clearing turn number 10. The rear end of the car danced out. He almost caught that outside retaining wall. The 14 machine is getting slung around this picturesque course here in St. Petersburg.
Castroneves goes quick, a 1:01.13. There's 1 minute left to go. Power goes quick, 1:007.
Montoya back to a 1:07 as well, or 1:008 actually in that second spot. Man, they're bouncing around, but 46 seconds left.
The final laps here in qualifying for the very first race of the season. You're hearing the call of this from the Firestone studio. We're so happy that Firestone got on board with us. 30 seconds left to go in the session now. And it is Bourdais that just took a move up, and Castroneves does as well. It's now Power, Montoya, Castroneves. Simon Pagenaud goes quick, pushes Will Power down to second. Pagenaud, Power, Montoya, Castroneves, Sato, and Bourdais. That's the 6 now.
13 seconds left, Paul. Now, these guys will get a finish. Just when the time runs out, they get to finish their lap. And right now, Simon Pagenaud, first time with that Penske group, finds himself on top. Mark, are they coming by you now? The final time by Mark right now.
That will come into the shadows of the Mahaffey Theater and also set up to slide by the Dolly Museum. We'll keep our eye out. We'll see how this front 6 will roll off here on the streets of St. Petersburg. We can hear them off in the distance. They're going through the most technical portions of the course along Pioneer Park. And, Paul, I tell you, through 9 and 9A, it's almost full song until they climb all the binders here in turn number 10. Starting to come into view, that canary yellow and white paint scheme with the 22 machine of Simon Pagenaud. It makes the left-handed turn. Then the number 11 machine of Sebastian Bourdais. He is in tow. Misses the curbing to the bottom. He is back into the throttle.
Will Power is already into the pits. He is still quick. A 1:006. The checkered flag is flowing. They're waiting for him to run out on the course. Sebastian Bourdais is still out there.
That's it, Paul. How about that Penske top 4? 1, 2, 3, and 4 out of that Roger Penske group. Unbelievable.
It is Will Power who will get the Verizon P1 award. He is the quickest, followed by Pagenaud, Castroneves, Montoya, Sato, and Bourdais. We'll give you the full field, and we'll be able to talk to some of these guys right after this.
If there's one thing Firestone's learned over its 100 years in racing, it's that if you don't keep moving forward, you're going to get left behind. So even though Firestone has more Indy 500 wins than any other tire on the planet, we're always more concerned with what we've done for you lately. That's why we're constantly trying to make our tires stronger, last longer, and handle better than ever. And we bring that same commitment to every tire we make, whether it's for the racetrack or for the open road. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Well, the qualifying is complete here at St. Petersburg, Florida, under a bright Florida sun. I got to tell you, the downtown is just alive with the Verizon IndyCar Series in town. The restaurants are doing great business, and it is a great city to visit. So now with Will Power grabbing the pole here and throwing down the gauntlet. Series champion, winner of this race a year ago. He's got 5 poles here in the place. So Will Power certainly has said, I'm the guy you're going to have to beat this year. And I got to tell you, too, he is looking a lot more confident and easygoing. You see him walking through the pit area with his cars, back in the paddock area as well, smiling, talking to people. Last year he was a little more intense than that.
Last year, Paul, he had a lot of pressure on him. I mean, he's been so close to these championships 3 times, and finally getting the championship was a big weight off Will's back. So I think he is a little more relaxed. But let me tell you, I mean, he is so good. I mean, time and time again, he's been able to put his car in front of everybody else. And with the top 4 Penske, man, let's talk to Will. Dave's got him right now.
Yeah, I just want to grab him real quick. Will Power with his 5th pole here in the streets of St. Pete, 37th career pole. Boy, that was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I thought we had an extra lap, but obviously we left. We were trying to be the last car, so we left a little late and got the checkered flag. But full credit to the team and Verizon, and absolutely stoked to get pole. Honestly, I really am.
Talk about your team. I mean, my goodness, top 4: you, Pagenaud, Elio, Juan Pablo Montoya. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that just shows the work that we've done over the winter, and obviously 4 good drivers, and we'll be battling it out tomorrow.
What will it take to stay up front tomorrow, you think, here, Will?
All the normal things. It's got to be your day. Everything's got to fall your way. So, we'll talk about the race after this, and let's see what we got.
Enjoy it while you can, right?
Yes, thank you.
Will Power, pole here at St. Petersburg for the 5th time, 37th career pole. Nick Yeoman?
So far, so good for Team Penske. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Simon Pagenaud, you end up 2nd. I know you would love to get that pole there as a debut here with Team Penske, but overall, that bright yellow and white car seems awfully fast.
Yeah, it's very fast, and
I'm super happy, to be honest. You know, it's incredible to start this way with Team Penske. You know, we have a lot of pace. The cars are fantastic. Thanks to everybody for searching and developing so much. The crew, 22 crew, is brand new and doing a great job. So it's fantastic to be part of the family, the Penske family, and I'm really proud. Today was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed qualifying. 0.03.
That's pretty small. What is that? A snail?
What is that? Exactly.
All right, Simon Pagenaud, congratulations. A great run. And, Paul, what a day for Team Penske. It doesn't pay much in qualifying. The points are all on the line tomorrow. But, boy, Roger, the captain's bunch, have drawn a line in the sand. 1, 2, 3, 4 here in qualifying.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing the whistle on the freight train already. Penske, obviously, the power to beat. Let's give you the entire field now. Will Power will start off on the front row as number 1. Simon Pagenaud is second. Castroneves will go off third. Fourth will be Juan Montoya. Fifth is Takuma Sato, followed by Sebastian Bourdais in sixth. Seventh start, that'll be Tony Kanaan, followed by Ryan Hunter-Reay in eighth. Ninth is Scott Dixon. Joseph Newgarden is 10th. Simona Di Silvestro 11th. Marco Andretti 12th. That's the top half of the field. 13th is Charlie Kimball, followed by Munoz, Ray Hall, Hinchcliffe, and Coletti. That's down through 17th. 18th is Sage Karam, followed by Luca Felipe, and then it's James Jakes in 20th, Jack Hawksworth 21st, Gabby Chavez 22nd, Francesco Dracone, he's going to go off 23rd, and Carlos Huertos will go off in 24th position. Davey, are you surprised at any of this? I'm pleasantly surprised at how good this and how close this is going to be.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise is, Penske's always a powerhouse. We always know that. And to have 1 or 2 sometimes, you can see it, but having the top 4, pretty darn impressive. Those guys have really done their homework. I think Honda's very, very strong right now. Sato is the only guy in the top 6 right now, or top 7, actually top 7 with a Honda. So I think, that Honda needs to do a little bit of work, and every single team other than Penske needs to do a little work to catch up with those guys.
Yeah, those Chevrolets of Penske, they're pounding out the horsepower, no question about that. Well, the qualifying session is done. Will Power has done it again. He set a new track record to a 1:00.6931. Tomorrow morning we will be back with the IndyCar warm-up. That is at 12 noon. And then the Indy Lights are back on the course again at 12:45. Mark Janes and the gang will handle that up. And then at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, our whole gang will be online for coverage of the IndyCar race here from St. Petersburg. I'm Paul Page. For the whole gang here, we're going to enjoy some sunshine. We'll see you tomorrow.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Stava and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Foyt along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd.